Ohtani and Japan celebrate a World Baseball Classic championship.
Thank God we got the Dave Fleming cut, because Joe Davis and John Smoltz, I like Joe. I like Rosenthal. But there was times I was fighting in that during the World Baseball Classic. Not because the game wasn't great, because the announcing was monotone, man. Was I watching golf anyway? Fun game last night. in Miami. Japan beats USA 3-1. Ohtani with the final out in a fascinating matchup. Mike Trout against Shohei Ohtani, two teammates, two of the best players in baseball. And Shohei Ohtani with the 3-2 slider gets Mike Trout out, but Mike Trout never looked comfortable in the at-bat. As we say, good morning to everybody out there. Drive safely. A big rig flipped over on the Bay Bridge yesterday. Traffic jams galore. A lot of people couldn't get out the city. It's just nasty, nasty weather. Please drive safe. Take your time. Look both ways. You know, if the blinking red light is on, just stop. Treat it like a stop sign, please. Got to learn how to drive. Basic rules, common sense. So good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Spadoni, love to you, Joe Shasky. A lot of fun last night down in Miami. World Baseball Classic, a smashing success.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, I had a really good time watching. I thought it was a great celebration of the game. And I mean, just to see those guys put on that show on that stage. In Japan, I really enjoy their approach to the game. Like they have their own little nuances, a lot of high leg kick at bats, a lot of pauses in the pitching deliveries, and they just play the game in a fundamental. I appreciate the way they play the game. Does that make sense? Like
they play their game the right way.
But it reminds me a lot of the game that we kind of grew up in. Like you're not going to see as many strikeouts from their team. They want to put the ball in play. Some guys are hitting for power. 55 was just an absolute monster. They didn't lose a game.
Yeah, went undefeated.
I mean, unbelievable pitching, and you could tell that it really, truly matters to them. Not that it didn't matter to the other countries, but I just thought it was such a deserving champion.
No, they were good, man. Pitching, hitting, situational pitching. The U.S. could never get on balance there. Runners are scoring position. I mean, even in the ninth inning, Mookie Betts hitting into the double play when Jeff McNeil draws a walk on a questionable 3-2 pitch. I would have given it a strike, but, you know.
Feel me? Swing the bat, doggy.
I mean, he got the walk. Bobby Witt Jr. pitch runs for him. I thought they'd send him on the first two pitches. They didn't. Then Mookie Betts hits the double play, which set up, of course, Mike Trout striking out the end of the game. But it was a lot of fun, and I'm eager and I'm anxious to see how Major League Baseball captures this momentum from the World Baseball Classic and parlays it into the regular season. Now, I wish opening day was later this week or maybe early next week, but we've got about what? 10 days until opening, 8 days until opening
next
day.
Thursday, the Giants face the Yankees, I believe 11:30 on our time.
So we'll see if we can capture this, but there's no doubt the best player in the world right now is Shohei Ohtani.
Right?
It's not even close.
Right?
Not even close. His speech before the game saying, "Hey,
incredible.
We need to surpass the U.S. in baseball. We're the top dogs."
Yes.
Basically is what he said. To paraphrase what he said before the game. Seeing him walk out with the flag.
Yeah.
Looking at Mike Trout on the other side saying, okay. And then seeing his emotion, the emotion that he had on the mound in the batter's box. This guy's a stud. This guy's an absolute beast. And this guy's going to get paid very, very handsomely in the offseason.
I think when he first came in, I kind of underrated his size and speed. Like, that's something we do in the other sports. Like, oh, look at the size and speed.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I'm a huge A-Rod fan. To be that big and that strong in that game and that agile is very unique, right? Cal Ripken was like the first shortstop that was that size, speed, and could run and whatnot. And A-Rod took it to another level.
Can I say something, though? I saw A-Rod at the game.
You didn't think he was that big?
Short, yeah.
Well, he is older. He's almost 50.
Old, but I was just like, I looked at him. I was like, I thought he'd be a lot bigger.
Well, he's 6'3".
He seemed like he was 6'1".
Really?
I'm 6'4". He seems short.
Really?
Maybe 6'2". I don't know.
That was the thing I was going to say is that when I saw Shohei alongside Alex Rodriguez, you realize how big Shohei is what I was getting at. Like, because to me, every time I've seen A-Rod next to other baseball players, he looks much bigger. You know what I mean? Like, he's a big dude. And so when I saw him next to Shohei, I'm like, oh my God. Like, Shohei is a freak athlete. Did you see how fast he runs?
Oh, yeah, he's fast. He's got it all. He's got it all. By the way, Murakaba, 56 home runs last year in Japan.
Yeah, he's a monster.
That guy's going to be another star.
Yeah.
They got some loaded talent. But Shohei is fast. He's got all the tools. He's got the fastball that's going 100 miles an hour. He's got the nasty slider.
I mean,
he's got the
3-foot break on a slider.
Dude, he's got the great plate discipline. I mean, he walks. You can get him to strike out here and there, but he'll hit 500 feet. He's got all the deal. Now, I'm not going to go crazy and say he's the greatest player of all time. Like, that's stupid. I'm sorry, folks. He's played a couple years in Major League Baseball. He has all the tools to become the greatest player of all time. But that'd be disrespectful to Willie Mays. That'd be disrespectful to Babe Ruth, Barry Bonds. Let's just pump the brakes a little bit on the GOAT talk.
That was kind of the thing that I was talking with. I love the game, and like even if I put Willie Mays to the side, because there's a feeling around these parts about Willie Mays where he can be he'll never be unseated from his spot, which I totally agree with, right? But like Stan Musial, he was great for 24 years. Not good, great for 24 years. Verlander has been great for 20 years. Roger Clemens was great with PEDs, but Roger Clemens was great for 20 years. You know what I mean? Like
Greg Maddux had a decade.
More than that, he had 350 wins. You know what I mean? Like, so I look at like the great Hank Aaron, 23-time All-Star, was great for 23 straight years. Now, what Shohei's doing is unprecedented. We don't know how long it's going to last, but we have to take a step back here. Like, even Mike Trout, because people do this with Mike Trout. He's the greatest player since, Willie Mays. And it's like, dude, Ken Griffey Jr. had one of the greatest 12-year runs the game has ever seen. And yes, he got hurt. And you know how many people would trade his Cincinnati years, which weren't even close to his Seattle years? They would trade their entire career for his Cincinnati years. So I do think at times we fall victim to preordaining certain individuals.
I don't like that. Just enjoy him while he's here. And once the career is over, if you want to say he's the greatest, fine. I'm cool with that.
But you got to put together
enjoy
10.
The moment.
Can we start with 10?
Yeah,
like, even
enjoy
Ichiro.
the moment.
Bonte, he had two separate, a Japanese Hall of Fame career
and a Major League Baseball Hall of Fame career.
He had 200 straight hits for 12 straight seasons.
No, Ichiro was all-time great. All-time great. So let's pump the brakes there. But we can still celebrate last night. What we saw with Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout. Spinoni came up with something. He brought us something in the thread. He's saying, this is such an anticipated matchup, Shohei versus Trout. What are some of the matchups we never got to see? And he threw LeBron versus Kobe in there right away. And
that's a great one.
I think that's like ding, ding, ding.
That's a great
number one. I start thinking
about
football.
LeBron, Michael?
Yeah, but obviously Michael was retired. But guys who are playing, overlapping careers, like Joe Montana got to play against Dan Marino in the Super Bowl and John Elway.
Yeah.
All-time greats. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
John Elway played against Brett Favre.
Kicked their ass.
John Elway played against Brett Favre.
Yeah.
We had.
That's a good call.
But Jordan against, who would it be? Jordan against Magic. We got that. We got that in 91.
Yeah,
we got that. But, we was able to see it. We never got Kobe and LeBron. And so it had me thinking last night. It's like, man, what are some of the matchups we've never seen? We saw Kevin Durant against LeBron. Mm-hmm. We've seen Steph versus LeBron. Mm-hmm. Saw LeBron against Dirk, but I don't know if that had the cachet.
Against Duncan and them?
Yeah. Didn't have quite the cachet, but.
No. It'd
be like LeBron versus Giannis. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People would want to see that.
Yes,
or KD versus Giannis in the finals, although we saw that in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Yeah, that would be fascinating.
Giannis would be incredible. I mean, you brought up obviously Magic and Bird. Like that's one of the greatest, combos of all time. Wow, these are some good ones. I always wanted to see the Giants face the Yankees in the World Series, just because we could see Roger Clemens versus Bonds in the World Series. We never got that. Right now, man, there's just some great questions.
Like we were able to see Brady versus Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
I always wanted to see Brady versus Rodgers, and before he went to the NFC, but at least we got it in an NFC Championship game.
And I think that's fascinating.
Well, but I also think that's a huge knock on Aaron Rodgers' career. When I look back on it, like we all knew you had to go for it in that fourth down situation, because if you gave the ball back to Brady, you were losing.
And he let Matt LaFleur decide to kick a field goal, and you get called for pass interference on third down, and the rest is history. But at least we saw it at a high level, game, like, ooh, Brady Rodgers should go to the Super Bowl. And Brady Mahomes that same year.
We also got Brady versus Peyton Manning a few times in the playoffs. A few times
in the AFC Championship.
Even though they're not, quote-unquote, going up against each other, we absolutely got that. Like, I don't even know what the baseball one would be right now. It would be probably Trout versus Ohtani, but they're teammates.
Ohtani versus Harper.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. That's a really good one, actually.
Verlander versus Trout. You brought up, or Scherzer versus Trout.
Ohtani v. Judge.
Ohtani v. Judge is a good one.
Yeah, that's the one right there. That's the one right there.
That's a really good one.
So you got a few there, but to see Shohei in that situation, because everybody said, man, how cool would it be to see Shohei versus Trout? Shohei versus Trout. Then you see Shohei warming up in the bullpen, and you're like, oh, this is lining up. This is lining up. And as Trout's batting third. It would have been fun to see some runners on base, but Mookie Betts hits the double play, and Trout just looked overmatched. He looked overmatched in that at-bat. I've never seen Trout look that overmatched in an at-bat.
When you blow 100 plus and you're throwing it right down the pipe and you're basically saying, I dare you, and then the guy is late swinging and you have the brass, you-know-whats, to go slider that breaks 2.5 feet on a 3-2 count? I mean, come on, man. We're watching a dude on another level.
Right.
He's an absolute beast. And that matchup was unreal.
Right.
And to see them do it at that moment with the game on the line, I mean, that's the stuff that you dream of in your backyard. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's the game 7 of the finals, shooting a 3. It's the fourth quarter, a minute to go in the Super Bowl, going for the drive. That was 3-2 count in the final championship game. You're down 1 run, the best hitter of the era, essentially, against one of the most dominant forces across sports. That was incredible.
It's pretty funny. Dante Wiley, Judge versus Farhad Zaidi.
The laugh in the background. We have to get the audio from just the studio for the laughs.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, that's pretty funny because I was thinking last night, look, whatever team comes in for Shohei Ohtani, you better start at $75 million per. I'm dead serious. And we're going to get George Consos in at 8:00. He quotes what he be kind of saying, are you high? No, I wasn't high last night. I'm just watching the best player in baseball basically be 2 players in one. The guy could be your closer and your power hitter.
Since when do people want to start? This is the thing I don't understand with sports fans. We love to penny pinch on one end and then scream that the owner is cheap on the other end.
Oh, the best is my boy Harry Bearson. Are you signing the checks? Well, it's not your decision. Harry, I love you. I really do.
Wait, what do you mean? What does he mean by that?
What does he mean by that? It's basically like, hey, it's really not your call whether or not they're going to spend $75 million. Yeah, duh. No doubt. No doubt. I mean, Captain Obvious, Harry. I mean, it honestly kind of ticked me off coming from him. Let me get the exact tweet.
Why? But why?
Because I don't know why fans do this.
Yeah.
I don't know why we want an owner to spend. Like Joe Lacob, for example.
This is my point.
Joe Lacob spending money left and right. Luxury tax, everything. And yet you guys want to crush him. Okay, maybe he didn't spend the money wisely, but damn it, he's spending money.
Yeah, you can't
Do
call
you
him
want
cheap.
the other guy on the other side of the bay, John Fisher, who doesn't spend a dime? Exactly. You want to be on that side of things?
No, but Come on. I think you're hitting on something that really is it's a nerve for me, because when I hear people say Joe Lacob is cheap, I go, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I say to them.
You sound ignorant.
They're literally spending the same amount the Giants spend on their payroll, they spend on the tax.
Yeah, you sound ignorant.
On the tax to keep this team together. Okay? Now, you could argue about, they should have signed GP2 instead of having to trade for him midseason. Fine. We could argue about allocation of funds. But to say he's cheap is factually incorrect. Simultaneously, what would you rather have right now? We're getting ourselves excited. And I was listening, to some of my buddies. They were talking about, I can't get up for Conforto and for Mitch Haniger and all these guys. And you look at the payroll and you're like, God, $170 million for the Giants payroll this year. If I told you take away 4 of those guys, but put $75 million towards Shohei Ohtani, don't you care whether they're even good or not? Don't you care about the team infinitely more?
I'm jacked up about the Giants. It's hard for me to get. I'm geek for baseball, but when it comes to the Giants, Michael Conforto.
He is a good player.
I had him in fantasy
healthy.
5. Yeah, when healthy.
I know it's a big caveat.
Mitch Haniger, when healthy.
Yeah, and now he's not.
Brandon Crawford.
Well, he's going to be battling the knee injury all year.
All year long.
I heard someone, who was the doctor yesterday that was on with Willard and Dibbs?
Dr. Brian Feely.
Okay, so Dr. Brian Feely was saying...
Feely.
What?
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, but he was saying that, this knee injury is going to be something that he's going to have to, basically ride with all year. That's not good.
No, it's not good.
And they don't have a backup shortstop.
So Harry, my guy Harry, I love you, Harry, but he goes, are you writing the checks these days? I don't disagree with you, but easy for us to say. No, it's easy for the Giants to say, Shohei, here's a blank check. Here you go. What can we do to get you in the park?
What do you think?
Because you know why? I think people underrate this market in terms of star power.
Oh, I totally agree with you.
This is a star-driven market.
When the Niners sucked, no one went. When they didn't have players, no one went.
When the Giants suck, nobody goes.
Nope.
When the Warriors go, we all sell the tickets, and the other fans go.
The first year in Chase Center, Bonte, Steph Curry hurts himself. It was the first year. You could walk up and get tickets from God knows who.
Oh, you know what was so great about that year?
Huh?
Even the Warriors was giving 95-7 game suites. Hey, here's a suite for the Orlando Magic game.
But here's the other part.
I mean, seriously, because nobody wanted to come.
But and also like. You look around baseball. If you don't, the Mets, Yankees, Dodgers, and Padres will.
Yep. And the Angels. They're not good. But they'll spin.
Oh, there'll be other teams.
And there will be Texas.
Yes.
Texas just gave Simeon and Seager.
I know.
Over 100. Seager got $300 million.
Yeah.
And what did Simeon get? 150?
Oh, well, they spent close to 500 something million on their infield, basically.
Right. So,
and then don't forget DeGrom this year.
No doubt. Let's go to our boy Jordan. Jordan in Yoon. Jordan, the pride of Stafford. I'm sorry about the Stafford Cardinal over the weekend, Jordan. That was a tough loss.
Yeah, that was really tough. But you know what? I'm looking forward. Actually, it's pro day today down at Stanford, so I'm looking forward to watching all those guys pursue their NFL dreams. So how y'all doing this morning?
I'm
man,
doing
can't
great.
complain. Feeling good about Shohei.
Good.
Daydreaming and just kind of like, oh, what if he did wear a Giants uniform? Oh, that'd be so
Man,
cool.
listen, I can't blame you for daydreaming about him. And I was going to say this. I know y'all asking the question about MLB and baseball in general continuing this momentum from the World Baseball Classic. And my thing is, from a marketing standpoint, I don't care if people on MLB's marketing team believe it or not. There needs to be a campaign going out about Shohei being the best athlete on the planet right now. Because even if you don't agree with it, guess what? It sparks a conversation. So now baseball is still on everybody's mind. So you're now saying he's not better than LeBron or Giannis or insert an NFL player, you name it, right? But
that's a great call.
No.
The most important thing going on right now.
A Bo Jackson-like campaign.
I was just thinking about that.
Bo knows, right, Jordan? I mean, you get Bo knows, you get him and Shohei in the same commercial, and Shohei's just laughing, and he's pitching and hitting. And I already got the commercial.
And
Thanks for the call, Jordan. Yeah,
and
I already got
running.
the commercial. You get Shohei pitching to Shohei. Perfect. It's perfect. Shohei hits a 500-foot bomb. Shohei's on the mound throwing his glove.
Well,
and then you get everybody. Whatever show this is on, the Carton Show, this guy gets out of prison. All of a sudden he has a TV show, the Drive Time radio show, go figure. But this guy, I mean, seriously, the headline would be, is Shohei a better athlete than LeBron James? People will lose their minds.
Yeah, but it would be good for the game.
Good for baseball.
Well, and here's the other thing, B. I think there's something, this is going to sound like, the way we talk about Steph Curry, where we know he's 6'2", 6'3" in real life, but on the court, it looks like he's much smaller, and so it feels, even though it's not, it feels like a relatable game, right? Like, his game is much more relatable to the average fan than, let's say, LeBron's power, size, speed game, right? And we know that that's not true. But you get what I'm saying? Like, there's something that brings us back into the backyard, chucking up threes from far away, and we're the smallest guy on the court. There's something about the little league element of pitching and hitting that to me is so cool.
It is cool.
And it brings you back, whether you're coaching, playing at a young level. We've all seen on every team we've ever played growing up, there's the guy who's the best pitcher and he's the best hitter. And he usually bats third and he pitches. And when he doesn't pitch, he plays shortstop or he plays catcher or he plays first or he plays center, right? We've all seen that. It happens in every high school in America right now. There is somebody who bats in the middle of the order who's probably one of the top pitchers.
No doubt.
Right? And so I think that there's something cool about that.
There's very cool. Is Reggie Crawford, that's the guy who the Giants selected, right?
Yeah.
He's out of where?
UConn? I want to say.
So is he still trying to go on the Shohei path of pitching and hitting?
Yes, but he's just on the fringe of being one of their top 10 prospects. Some people have him rated 8-9. Some people have him like 11. He's only played the 1 year in the minors.
How'd he do?
It's like low ball, so it's hard to judge. But he's actually one of the few that had a decent run last year. There's only been a couple. Like McCrary had a good year last year. Yeah. Obviously, Casey Schmidt, who I've talked about, Harrison, and Matos was decent.
Matos was decent. All right, so the Giants. Look, you want to get excited about baseball again? We did this all last season, and I feel like it was all my fault with the Aaron Judge stuff. I'm not going to lie.
What do you mean?
And I
all
knew
your fault?
just
but
the
they
whole
did
Aaron
talk with
Judge.
him.
They did. But in June and July, I was just like, there's no way Judge is going to come here. There's just no way.
Would
you get Shohei?
Would our culture fit him better than other markets?
Shohei?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm just asking out loud. Maybe I'm in the bubble.
But you know what?
Maybe I'm in the bubble.
I got something on the other side that I want to bring up here that we desperately need to fix here in the city. I've been driving the city a lot more lately. Just coming, going to the gym and driving in to pick up baby Chaz out of Richmond. Something I saw yesterday that was very, very alarming, and I think maybe it is starting to become a factor. We'll bring that up on the other side. As this segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And, of course, this is a Warriors Wednesday. Huge game down in Dallas today. Huge game against Kyrie and Luka Doncic. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. Mike Bassick, 720. Justin Termine, who works at Sirius XM Radio with Eddie Johnson, will get his thoughts on everything. And George Contos, late addition to the show, 8 o'clock, former Giants World Series reliever, will discuss the World Baseball Classic and Giants baseball with him. That's what's coming up right here on 95.7 Game.
I didn't see it. Can't tell you.
Oh, no idea, huh?
Nope.
Oh, wow. So you think Kyrie's going to play then tomorrow?
I have no idea.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Chuck Cooperstein.
Was I bad there?
I have no idea.
Was that a faux pas asking him that?
Can't tell you. I didn't see it.
Wow.
Oh, man.
I've been part of two of the more legendary moments in 95-7 The Game history.
Nope.
Which are?
Joe Horn.
It's legendary.
Yeah. And that.
Paul George was on crutches last night, leaving the game for the L.A. Clippers.
I just do a lot of marketing.
Oh, the
yeah,
greatest.
OKC beats the Clippers. Kawhi doesn't get off a shot. OKC now 7th in the Western Conference. So tonight's game pretty big. So I was driving through the city yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And we're bringing up, players. And, Farhan said what he said about the city, the liberals and all that stuff. And then, who is it? Suzuka from the Cubs. Let's talk about the homelessness here in San Francisco. So I've been driving through the city a lot.
There was a state of emergency when he was in Japan declared, when he was contemplating where to live, and he thought it was too dangerous.
Right. So, wow. Listen to this. The NBA has recently demoted Ben Taylor and his assignments. That's cool. The referee who got called out by Fred VanVleet. That's a step, NBA. That's a step. Just
what does that even mean?
I don't know. Maybe he goes to the G League.
I was going to say, yes.
You go to the G League, or maybe you're in the replay booth.
Yeah.
And you just sit in the booth.
I have no idea.
No idea, but that's good. Ben Taylor.
Chuck giving us great drops. So you're driving through the city.
I'm driving through the city, and it's raining, obviously, and it's windy.
You downtown?
Downtown. I'm driving out to the outer Richmond to get baby Chaz.
Okay.
And, I've always thought there was a lot of homelessness in San Francisco. I've seen it my whole life.
Yeah.
But yesterday, it really caught my eye. I'm seeing homelessness in areas that I've never seen it before.
It's out of control.
Masonic and Gary. Right there by the old Toys R Us.
Yeah.
Where the, what is it now? It's now Target. Lucky Penny shut down.
Yeah. Trader
in the
Joe's
middle of the
used to be
islands.
there?
Yeah, Trader Joe's.
I want to say.
Oh, Trader Joe's is still over there. It's right next to Lucky
yeah.
Penny.
Yeah.
Right next to Lucky Penny. There's homelessness everywhere in areas I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
On the islands, in the grass. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, if you're driving through the city, like
especially the downtown area.
Downtown area.
When they come, they don't drive through the Sunset.
But even like through the inner Richmond, through the Sunset.
You should see the Excelsior.
I was like, whoa. I was kind of alarmed last night. So I'm thinking about Shohei and people driving through the city or whatnot. We've got to clean this city up. It's getting dirtier and dirtier by the day. And I've been kind of out of the loop when it comes to driving in the city. I moved out the city a couple years ago. It's gotten worse in the last 2 years.
So
can't believe it.
While we're here, we can have this conversation because I do think this is important. You know how much I love this city. I'm born and raised, fifth generation. I wear it on my sleeve. And I chose to make this place my home and my entire family. This is where I want to live, right? And it is very upsetting. And it's undeniable at this point that if you were to bring family who isn't from San Francisco or lives outside and they come in and they see what's going on, it's disgusting on a variety of levels. The cleanliness, the safety, the break-ins on the cars. Yes, the homelessness is a part of it. The drug use in open spaces. I mean, the crime is so bad. My parents have lived on the same block for 40 years, okay? And it was a decent block growing up. No, I'm just saying, there was an act that happened on the block in front of my parents' house. My mom wants to leave. She wants to pick up, sell the house, and move. You know what I mean? She loves San Francisco and hates it simultaneously, and I'm kind of starting to meet her in the middle on this because I feel very similarly because it's unbecoming of what our city should be. And when you talk about free agents wanting to come here, right? Let's just say it's Ohtani, for example. Ohtani comes and plays the Giants this year. It's a 3-game series, right? You pray that he stays right across the street from AT&T Park and takes the 1-block walk back and forth. Because if he walks up to Market Street, you think that's a great... hey, come to downtown San Francisco.
Take him to the South Bay. Take him to the South Bay or something. I don't know. I saw it yesterday. Just kind of, I've been driving through the streets and taking different routes. I'm going down Sutter, going down Arguello, going down Gary, going down Clement, going down just driving through, just like I was back in the day. Just kind of driving through the city, seeing what's what, kind of getting the feel of the city. Because I'm not gonna lie, Sunday took my daughter to the Academy of Science. and California Academy of Science, and it was just good to be in the city. Like, I love being in the fog,
the park is
the
beautiful.
rain, the park, that crisp air. I was
beautiful.
like, this is a great Frisco day.
Yeah.
Fog, it was awesome. I really enjoyed myself. Went to go get some ice cream on California or Fillmore. Loved it. Then yesterday, I'm just driving through. Last 2 days, actually, just driving through, and I'm like, damn, there's homeless people right there, right there, right there, right there. Like blocks of it.
I drive down Jones and Eddie every day when I come out of the club.
Well, that's always been kind of nasty, so I don't think that's fair.
No,
but I'm seeing
nasty?
things. Yeah, it's always been nasty.
It looks like it's straight out of. It looks like it's straight out of the Black Plague from the old medieval times.
That's always been. That's always been.
It's worse
nasty.
now than ever.
Nah, I feel like it's the same. But I'm seeing things. Gary Masonic, just packs of homeless people in the middle of the island where the 43 Masonic makes the right on the Gary and then it makes the left on the Masonic. Yeah. And it's just like, what the hell is going on out here? Is it that expensive to live that people can't afford housing? Do we need more housing? What the hell is going on in this city?
Well, the housing argument is a real one and a fair one because it's so expensive to live. I don't know how kids in their young 20s are going to be able to buy homes. The bigger issue to me is people come here to do drugs and die. That's the bigger issue. And this is a statewide issue. This is not just relegated to San Francisco. This is also happening in Oakland. This is happening in LA, Santa Rosa. Go up to Santa Rosa and look, people are coming to this state and we've done a poor job after they deregulated all the mental health facilities and people are coming to do open air drugs in the middle of the street and die. I mean, it's a really, really, really sad indictment of where we're at.
Here's the state is very expensive to live in.
No, that's undeniable.
And the taxes and everything. I mean, it is expensive to live here. It is brutal.
So now, but like, I do think, I really truly believe this, B. I do think it matters to some, not all, to some of these free agents. I really do. I think it matters to them. Now, are they going to be living in downtown San Francisco? No, probably not. Right. And a lot of major cities, New York included, LA included, have their own issues. But if you are going to pay unbelievable premiums to live in a particular place, you would expect some of these things to be slightly better.
I don't know how many people live here, move here, and just become homeless. I don't know about that. But there are a lot of natives, a lot of people that I grew up with that I see randomly that just look bad. That just... Whatever happened, a wrong left turn here, a wrong right turn there. And it's a lot of people and a lot of natives, a lot of people from the Bay who are homeless, a lot of people from the Bay who are struggling. And that's sad. We can't take care of our own. We can't look out for our own. There couldn't be any special housing deals for our own natives, because it's not just people who are moving in here. People move in, and they understand what the economy is all about here in San Francisco or in the Bay Area. But it's natives that I'm seeing.
Well, that's
natives who are struggling.
That's always going to happen.
But it's a lot. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. Own natives can't even afford to stay in the city that they grew up in. That's embarrassing.
No, I agree, but it's also, I think it's a bigger reflection of where the state's at in terms of we don't have the mental health facilities. How many people do you see just walking around talking to themselves? They're crazy. I don't say that flippantly. I say that because like those people legitimately need medication. They need psychiatric help, and we don't have the infrastructure in place to help those people. So what do? They self-medicate, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where you have people trying to self-medicate themselves and they go so off the deep end that they're in no man's land, and then you wonder why they have no shoes on pushing a shopping cart on Market Street.
I'll tell you what, though. It's not just
It's despair.
It's not just a homelessness, though. This city's become whack. I'm not going to lie. The nightlife, things to do, it doesn't feel like my city anymore. Not the city that when I was 25 years old, ripping and running. When I was 20, ripping and running. When I was on Muni, ripping and running as a teenager. Doesn't feel like that city anymore. Doesn't feel like it feels really transient. And that to me is sad.
Well, I went out to downtown San Francisco on Saturday. We went to La Rocca's Corner for my buddy Ryan's 40th birthday, and then we went to Bimbo's. I had a great time. And the majority of people who have moved out of San Francisco, I think for a lot of us, it was our first time actually being in downtown San Francisco, having fun. A lot of them got hotel rooms for the night and stuff. I had a great time, but it was also the company that we were with. So it was almost impossible to not have a great time. But I'll be real with you. I hadn't been to Bimbo's in years. I had a great time. It was freaking awesome.
No, you'll have a great time with the people that you hang out with.
I agree.
But I'm just if you want to go out in the city randomly without your buddies, without planning anything.
You're probably right.
Oh, I know, because I hear from people all the time, whether it's Warrior games, whether it's Giants games, whether it's people, hey, what do I do in this city? What do I do in the city? What is there to do in the city? City's become overrated. Anyway, all right, that's our little rant about that. We move on back to sports. Talk some Dubs and Mavericks. We'll get back into some baseball. We got a lot going on here today on the Morning Rush. It's going to be a fun show. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. We'll get into the Mavericks and the Warriors. Early tip-off, big game for the Dubs. We'll talk about it right here on 95.7 The Game.
Today at 4:30.
Louis Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
Mike Bassick, want to fight a fan in Dallas. We'll ask him how Bobby Boucher and RJ and Sean, that's spelled. What is this? How does he spell his name again? S-H-A.
Shan or something.
Shan, yeah, S-H-A-N.
Shant.
We'll see how they're doing with Mike Bassick coming up. He talk a little baseball. He definitely talks some Mavericks basketball. What's going on with them? Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic is questionable for tonight's game against the Golden State Warriors. Questionable. The Warriors, obviously, you don't have Andrew Wiggins. Gary Payton II will be reevaluated tomorrow. And Draymond Green said it on the Draymond Green podcast yesterday that.
Did he say the word incredible?
Probably.
It's incredible.
Bob Myers had a podcast.
I did see that.
J. Cole. I listened to like 20 minutes of it.
Yeah, it's very good.
Very good. Bob Myers, man, podcasting. So,
second episode.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever be on that podcast. J. Cole, Steph Curry. Yeah, he's going for the big dogs. Big dogs.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to know who his producer is.
He's got a good one.
Is it just his cell phone? His like Rolodex?
Yo, J. Cole, can you hop on for a second? What time do you have?
It looked like they were together in the same room.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, that was my impression of the video.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. So what did Draymond Green say?
Oh, man, I need a GP 2-pack. Here's what he had to say.
Okay.
Gary, obviously, getting Gary back, it's huge. Gary is a 6'2" lob threat. Me and Loon always laugh about what we call GP the 6'2" man. However, he's one of the best lob threats I've played with, which is absolutely insane. But his hands on the defensive end, like, that'll help everything. So to answer your question, yes, we do need both of them, like, and hope to get them back.
Can the Warriors win without GP2 and Andrew Wiggins? Here's a long one.
Okay.
Can the Warriors win in the playoffs without Wiggins or Gary? To answer that, it'd be tough. Two of your best wing defenders, Dante's incredible wing defender as well, but it'd be tough. You know, you're talking two guys, super athletic, two of the more athletic guys on your team. Let's not understate that, because that's huge, especially when you get in the playoffs, you start playing against different schemes. And sometimes you just need that super athletic guy to like break the wall. Joe Dumars said to me, remember back in the day, Joe D telling me like, Draymond, you need fence benders. I'm like, what the hell is that, Joe D? He's like, you know, sometimes you just need the guy to bend that fence back. So they bend the fence, and then your defense can attack. Your offense can attack. I didn't understand that when I was in college or high school because I didn't understand the NBA game. I totally get that now. Like, and pretty much what he was just saying is you need a guy who can get in the paint, drive and kick, or get to the paint and break the defense down to get the first domino to fall. So the way Steve Kerr says, once you get the first domino to fall, then everything else starts to fall from there. Then you swing. Now they're playing you're attacking closeouts. I said all that to say that is Wiggins. As important as he is defensively, that's who he is for this team as well.
And that's what you've been missing.
I feel like we've had that conversation regarding, he calls it fence bending, but we dribble drive penetration, or a guy that forces a double team or whatever, gets the defense scrambling. The way he said it was very eloquent, and you could see how brilliant his basketball mind is, but I've never heard fence bender in that term. Yeah. I've never heard that term. And so that's a good term. That's a good way of putting it, because I really like what he's saying. I think it illuminated to me kind of a lot of the things you and I have talked about for how many years, 3-4 years now in a row. And he's 100% right. And then him calling GP2 a 6'2", 5-man lob threat. How many times have you said dunker spot?
Yep, dunker spot. So I'm looking at Wiggins right here. He's right. Dunker spot. You need GP2. How much is going to help? Where is he at? You hope, but I'm looking at Wiggins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 13 games the guy's missed.
Well, that's not including the abductor strain. You're talking about the most recent absence.
Yeah, the most recent absence. So, I mean, I'm looking at Sacramento last night. And they don't play any defense.
Okay.
They're a little soft. They're a little mentally soft.
It feels like everybody's very high on them right now.
Well, Sacramento fans are. And Sacramento's having a fine season.
Well, no, I'm saying, I feel like the league, they're kind of like the little darlings.
Oh, yeah, they are the little darlings. Them in OKC.
And I don't mean that derogatory. I mean that, people really like watching them.
They play a fun style of basketball, fun brand of basketball. Play like the Warriors. But they don't play any defense. But I still think if the Warriors don't have Andrew Wiggins, I don't think they could beat Sacramento in a 7-game series. I know they can't beat Memphis in a 7-game series without Andrew Wiggins. You can't beat Denver in a 7-game series without Andrew Wiggins. You can't compete with Phoenix without Andrew Wiggins. You can't. Now the Clippers have some injury stuff happening here. Paul George, I don't know if you saw it last night. His knee bent backwards.
I did not see it.
It was. I mean, he had earlier in the game. He had a 360 duck. It was like, wow, Paul George, look at him. He bent backwards. The knee. He
Like
left
Napoleon McCallum.
He left Crypto.com arena on crutches.
That's not.
So that's not good.
That's not good at all.
But even Minnesota and OKC, that's a grind if you don't have Andrew Wiggins. And that's what we're discussing here.
Yeah, you want to stay in
They're
front
missing a two-way player.
Shy.
And there's no timetable. And it just sounds like it doesn't sound good. Like you see the tone of him coming back to what it was when he first left to what it is now. Guys just don't know if he's coming back. That's a huge loss. And that means the season is cooked if he's not coming back. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think. Sorry, I don't think you have to apologize. I think that's kind of the stark reality of where they're at right now. And we can have both feelings simultaneously. You respect his privacy and everything, and then you can also wonder and have curiosity of when he's coming back and if he's coming back, because they do have the sand coming out of the hourglass on one end. Like there's real life stuff going on with Wiggins on one side, right? And then obviously it's a lesser degree. You're trying to also, but there's some balancing going on for these guys where, hey, like Draymond could opt out and this is the final season. And so not that it makes your real life problems, whatever they are, be diminished, but I'm just saying there's like a tug and pull. Yeah. And I don't say that without sensitivity to the situation, but I do think that there's a reality of like, this could be their last run. And, if Wiggins isn't there, I don't think they have a chance.
They don't have a chance. They don't have a chance. Now, as far as the Andrew Wiggins rumors, here's what Draymond Green had to say about that.
I want to let you all know how absolutely ridiculous most of you people are at life. Like, the fact that a rumor about Andrew Wiggins, I don't know if it's true. I'm not here to confirm whether it's true or not. I really don't care. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with me. Like, you hear stuff like that and you care for like him and her, like, and their children, so I care from that perspective. But like, whether what y'all saying is true or not really like has no bearing on my life, nor does it have any bearing on y'all life. The fact that basketball, and I always say this on this podcast, like the fact that that people are so bad at evaluating basketball that you start to run with someone's personal life to try to decide like why they're not playing basketball. Like imagine if you were missing time at your job and somebody started a whole rumor about like your kids not being yours and like, like that's ridiculous, man. Now again, I'm not here to say whether it's true or false. I don't know. Not my business. But point being, it's not yours either. Like y'all are so thirsty to know what's going on in someone's life that becomes the thing. You better have some cold, hard evidence if you're going to make that a thing. And quite frankly, I've just seen people talking. Like I've seen no evidence of anything. You just see people talking. That's insane.
It is pretty insane. It's reckless. And you know what? I was thinking about this yesterday, driving through the city as I see all the homelessness. We haven't even sniffed. We haven't addressed that rumor, whatever the rumors are about Andrew Wiggins once. We talk about Andrew Wiggins on the basketball court, but we asked the fans how they felt about the situation, which I think is fair, very fair. But people want to, go crazy, whatever. But the same people who are telling us or telling people, stay out of Andrew Wiggins' private life, he doesn't owe you anything, which I agree with. The same people are all up in Ja's mix. They're all up in Ja Morant's business.
And
posting pictures of him as a kid. Talking like we've been guilty of talking about T. Morant. But nobody has a problem with getting involved in John Morant's personal life. We dissect it every second
good point.
as a media and fans.
Well, we've done this with Tristan Thompson and his love life throughout the entirety of his career, no?
Entirety.
And I've never really felt comfortable like breaking that stuff
It's not
down.
my business what he does with Khloe Kardashian.
And quite honestly, like I know a lot of people are like reading into the words of Draymond and what he's saying, and I honestly don't feel comfortable even doing that.
Right.
Like I kind of don't even want to. Like, and I know why we did play the sound of Draymond talking about it, because people do want to know and they want to hear those things, and I get that. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I feel like we've kind of. I think it's run its course in terms of the Wiggins conversation, and I guess the question now becomes, and I don't even know if this is a fair one, and if I'm insensitive for even asking this, then call me a moron. But would it be better if everyone just operated like he's not coming back? And then if he does, great, it's amazing. But I don't know.
We might be coming to that. We might be coming to that point.
But would we? I'm talking about you and me as people that are on media.
Oh, yeah.
We have a sense
just
of
not even
responsibility.
discuss him.
Yeah, if we just operated like he wasn't coming back, would that quell whatever rumors? And I still think people would say and tweet and do wild stuff online because people are idiots and they do dumb things online. Not our audience, but the people that are out there.
No, it won't squash anything. You know why? I was talking to a guy named Pat Hitchcock yesterday at the old club.
Okay.
He's like, my wife, guy I have season tickets with, they're dying to know what's happening. The curiosity of what's happening it's not going away anytime soon.
Is that just human nature?
It's
I don't
human
blame
nature.
people for
It's
feeling
fans.
that way.
Look, and
I mean,
listen,
we're looking into the love life of John F. Kennedy for crying out
Right,
loud. You know what I mean? Like people still are fascinated by that.
But also this may be your second or third best player.
Well, that's
the impact he has on the floor as a two-way player. And you see what you're going up against in the West, and you're thinking, but Stephen Curry's still playing at an MVP level when he's on the floor. Klay Thompson's been on the heater in all of 2023. Okay, he's had a couple bad games here and there, but for the most part, Klay Thompson's been really good, especially offensively. And you just think, man, if you get Wiggins back, it connects everything, the defense to the offense to the defense, him defending John Morant, him defending Tyus Jones, him defending Kevin Durant, him defending Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. Boy, it's just a big-time chess piece to have, and he's just not there.
For basketball purposes, if they operated like he's not coming back, do you think that makes... Can they do like the Patrick Ewing effect, which is Bill Simmons wrote many years ago?
The Ewing effect, the Ewing theory.
Yes.
Where somebody steps up, you win a couple games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that lasts like 2 games.
Well, I'm thinking like, what's the best course of action for the team? Like, I obviously on some level not moved on. That's not the right way of phrasing it, but like they've got different plans when he's not there. Like if this were an injury, he broke his leg and he was out for the year. Do you think that they would be operating internally different than what they are now? Because we don't have an exact on Gary Payton Jr., but yet it just feels like there's way more optimism around the return because you see him in the facility.
Reports.
Yeah, and you're watching him work out if you're part of the team.
I guess. I mean,
do you get what I'm trying to ask, or am I saying something unfair?
No, I hear you.
This is such uncharted territory.
Yeah.
Such uncharted territory.
I don't know, Shasky. I don't know the answer to that question.
Well,
I don't know what they do.
There is a segment of people that want to be triggered by everything and anything, or they want to hype up or continue to. I call it Betty Crockering. In the mix, stirring up controversy. That's not what we're trying to. I want the Warriors to just win games.
Right.
Like, I'm here for the actual basketball and the winning portion. But the hard part is the main ingredient in that gumbo pot is Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
And so with his absence, you can't make the same amazing gumbo that got you a championship last year.
It's going to be missing that flavor. It's missing that flavor.
Oh, it absolutely
missing that main ingredient.
Yeah.
Whether it's the crab legs, the hot links, the shrimp.
Why you got to go crab legs?
I mean,
so
I don't know.
How much I love crab legs.
By the way, that segment was sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed.
Are you claw or
Visit
leg?
GoldenStateLumber.com. Do I what?
Do you like the claws?
I like
the front claws or the legs?
I like all of it. I love them both. I love it all.
Are you big on the body?
Yeah. No, I don't eat the body.
Oh, yeah, I'll eat the body.
No, I'm good.
That feels more primal than even the I feel more like a caveman doing that part than the legs and the claws.
Give me the legs and the claws, man. All day long. All day long. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Look, this is uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. But What does it mean for next year? Like, hypothetically, if Andrew Wiggins doesn't come back this season, because I think we should start operating as if he's not coming back.
That's the way
There's 9 games left.
That's my setting. I don't think
And if there's 9 games left and he's not coming back, then the season's cooked, and we're starting the offseason in early April.
Yeah.
What does it mean for next season?
Well, it means
like how strange would it be for him to make his return next season? And look, again, we're not owed an explanation whatsoever.
No.
But don't you think it'd be weird?
Well, there's ramifications, I think, is the way that I would like. And what I mean by ramifications, if an injury were to have happened, like Steph's out, right? Like there are ramifications. Like you miss the playoffs and you don't go in and you've got to reassess your roster. Hey, we weren't good enough around Steph Curry for X, Y, and Z reasons. Like we're going to make a decision, or the owner's going to make a decision on an extension for Steve Kerr.
Right.
The owner's got to make a decision on Bob Myers.
Yep.
Right? And so all of any like potential roster flaws that are on the team are heightened when you're missing someone like Andrew Wiggins.
And you have the option of Draymond Green.
But that's my point. The harshness of how we're critiquing
Right.
Steph, Clay, and Dre because they don't have another near maximum value player playing in the lineup. Like there is a trickle down effect if he doesn't come back. But that would be the same way if he was out for injury.
Right.
Right? When the Warriors didn't win when Steph Curry was out, there was a trickle down effect. Right. Okay? Draymond was looked at a different way. Kerr was looked at a different way. Think of all the youngsters that they had that, oh my God, we're not seeing development. They were looked at a certain way. It was a lost season. Then they got compensation, which was the number 2 overall pick, right? Same thing would happen in this scenario, except you wouldn't get compensation of a number 2 overall pick.
No.
But there would be decisions that would be made based off the results of this year, and it would feel like there's an incomplete.
Big time.
You get what I'm saying?
It's a big time incomplete. But just think about that. Myers has no extension.
I know.
He's podcasting. A lot of people feel like he's God.
I don't know one way or the other. I don't know.
I think Lakewood will pony up and give him whatever he wants. Steve Kerr's got 1 year left on the deal. They've waited on that one. And I'm sure the front office isn't happy or isn't too pleased with the way the season has gone, especially with the youngsters. Mm-hmm. A lot of those people they just play the youngsters. So that you have that scenario. Then you have Draymond Green, whether or not he opts in or opts out. And Keith Smith, who joined Steiny and JD on Monday, he was talking about Draymond Green's going to get 3 years, $60 million. Would fans even be comfortable with Draymond Green extending Draymond Green for another 3 years? I think people are conflicted about that. Then you got Klay Thompson coming in on the last year of a deal. You have Jordan Poole's extension kicking in. What happens with Wiggins if he doesn't come back and he just appears next year for media day? How's that going to go?
Well, I think but Bonte, there's also another part, which is the real human element that I don't think anyone really wants to talk about, which I will never know the answer to. And I mean this on the front end. We don't know who feels what in the organization and in the team. Now, I think on the surface, the PC thing to say out loud is everybody respects everybody and we love them. And that might all be true. I'm not here to say that. But I've worked in many settings and we all 99% of us feel one way. And there's that one person that feels totally different. Right? And I'm not saying that they're right, wrong, whatever. We don't even know. But we don't know how it's being, we can hear publicly how things are being received. And I assume it's that way. I assume it's that they're all in a loving spirit. But if you go down losing, does that change people's feelings? I can never account for those things. And then on the Draymond Green contract extension, Bonte, I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of want to see how the playoffs, or if they make the playoffs, how that shakes out. I want to see, who else I have a hard time struggling with how other teams view him.
Yeah. Who
are you competing for that money? If every dollar counts and you're worried about luxury tax ramifications and going over and moving forward, how that salary cap can be massaged.
It's fascinating to me, too, the contrast and difference. When Kevin Durant was a free agent, and he was signing these 1 year deals to help out the team. And he signed these 1 year deals. And that last season, everybody would have bombarded him with, New York City. You see the Porzingis trade. He's like, dude, I'm just trying to play basketball, win 3 championships in a row. It's been a complete opposite with Draymond Green. Draymond Green basically said, hey, the contract is what it is. And nobody's asked him anything.
No.
I would, Steiny's right. I hear Steiny all the time talking, how come we don't ask Draymond Green, hey, what are you leaning towards?
I would love to know that. I think there's a sense of.
Do you want to tip your hand a little bit?
I wouldn't say Dre bully. That's not the right way to put it. But there is a sense of walking on eggshells with Draymond in some of those press conferences. You know? I get that. You know, if I had to see the guy every single day, I think I would be less apt to crush him. You know, it's easier to rip someone from afar than it is in their face.
And look,
or not even whistle, but question them.
And I'm not comparing because I already see it happening.
What do you
People love to twist words. Nobody's comparing John Morant to Andrew Wiggins' situation. What I'm saying is we have no problem diving into John's personal life. We've been doing that for a long time.
Yes.
What he drinks. Doug Gottlieb yesterday. Look at this alcoholic.
Dude, that
he's
was
chugging.
weird.
I mean, we dived so deep. We just, okay, what he did was wrong. I don't agree with him holding a gun in an Instagram Live, and we think he paid for the punishment. Hopefully he did learn from it. But we still dive into his personal life. We still dive. I saw photos floating around of him being 10 years old, and people judging off him, oh, this is who John's always been. That's a little,
forget
that's
John
a little
for a
much.
second. What did we do to Jimmy Garoppolo when he went on a date? I mean,
posted photos.
I mean, but
people got mad about it.
It's still like a meme and a joke, and so I do feel like we treat certain individuals like a buffet cart,
Right.
and I think there's levels to it, right?
Yep.
You know, taking somebody out on a date and you want to be seen, and you're going to what was it, Wilshire Boulevard, wherever the heck he was going. You know, like you want to be seen. Like there's that element. If you want to be private, you want to be private. So there's like there's grades to this thing.
If Wiggins doesn't come back this year, man, it makes the offseason that much weirder, that much more intense. How the fans.
This is already one of the weirdest seasons that I can think of in sports history.
I'm thinking about how the fans feel.
Do you remember when Barry?
I'm thinking about how the fans feel about Jordan Poole now. How people want him traded compared to last year. How are people going to feel about Wiggins if he doesn't come back?
That I don't know.
Which is unfair because we don't know what the hell he's going through.
No clue. But you know how fans are irrational.
Fans are irrational.
You know,
Yep.
and you know, the behavior doesn't need to be justified because they're kind of lunatics.
All right.
And I'm one of them. But not in this case.
This is the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, your trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. Mike Bassick, 105 The Fan in Dallas, to talk a little Mavericks and Warriors. That's coming up on the roast.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and...
Baseball, baseball, baseball.
Come on, man. You got Larry Jr. Hey, good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yee! All right, download that Odyssey app right now. Our main antenna for the station was damaged overnight due to high winds. Crews were working to fix it. Download the Odyssey app right now or watch via YouTube to get the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Let's get to Crash real quick before we get to Mike Bassett. Crash, what's happening? You're on the roast, man. What's going on?
How you guys doing this morning?
Not bad, not bad.
So the whole Wiggins thing, I mean, I have a business with about 15 employees, and I know somebody had to take some time off. I would need to know a couple details as far as how long it's going to be, things like that. But, I'm not going to ask personal information. You might get some details here and there, but that's between the boss and the employee. And I know that it's different with basketball players and with, how much they mean to the community and everything. But the biggest thing with people just going crazy is people just aren't used to not knowing everything anymore.
Yeah.
Social media and Twitter and everything. People don't understand. Back in the day, you'd read the newspaper, you'd hear stuff, you'd watch the news. But now with Twitter, you know everything instantly.
Yeah.
So the football players signing with their team 3 days before free agency even happens. And people just don't understand and don't have the mental capacity to just chill and let things play out, because at the end of the day, it's none of your business what's going on with the dude. Obviously, it's pretty personal.
No doubt.
That's a good point. And yep. A lot of the athletes, I don't follow a ton, but the ones I do follow, Instagram now, you see a lot of steps of what a person does throughout the day, what they want you to see at least throughout the day. And there is a sense of entitlement's too strong of a word, but we do know a lot, and whatever people share, you pick up on, and you only see obviously slices of what they want you to see. But I do think that's a good point there, B. We follow Brandon Ayuk follows who online? Yeah. What? He liked what post? They're following a weatherman in Chicago? We do that crazy stuff. And I think it's weirdo behavior. Who is monitoring these accounts? Yeah, but that is what a lot of fans, and this is not exclusive to Warrior fans. This is every fan base in America does this.
No doubt. Brandon Ayuk sent a tweet yesterday. 1K as a fourth option and then run first offense. I'm as real as it get. Word to Lil Baby and SG. I'm ready to stand on business every time. Year 4, Rockets up. I don't even know what that means, but people are going crazy. People were losing their minds over Brandon Ayuk yesterday, because of social media.
He's not going anywhere. We have the franchise tag. We have the 5th-year option. Why are we in a rush to either pay or trade everyone?
Let's bring in Mike Bassett.
Right?
He deals with it down in Dallas. He knows all about it with Cowboy fans. Host on 105.3, The Fan, KC Masterpiece. Of course, we love Mike on this show. We know about his baseball career. He's got some history with Barry Bonds, but he loves his Dallas Mavericks. Mike, good morning, man. Welcome back to the Bay.
Good morning. Two disappointed fan bases talking to each other right now.
Oh, my gosh. Well, let me ask you, because you guys make the trade for Kyrie Irving. Game recognizes game. And the Warriors are coming in limping, and we don't even know what the hell type of team we're going to get today on the road. How surprised are you about the Warriors' lack of success on the road this season?
Can't believe it. Because of their history. Because of, honestly, recent history. Because even the young guys last year, coming into this season, I just thought Kuminga and Moody, and I know Jordan Poole had a very good year last year in playoff run. I just thought those guys are going to take it to another level, because I remember the game the Mavs won in the playoffs. The Mavs were up by close to 30 points, and those young guys came in and kind of made it a game for a second. And I'm like, dang, those guys are just going to get better, so it's just going to add depth. And it just hasn't happened. I can't believe that a veteran team, a team that just won a championship, is struggling so much in the regular season in Golden State.
Yeah, there's been a lot of things going on. I mean, there's just so many different things throughout the year. But for a second, we do have a commonality here. And there's an old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I think. Something to that effect. Dylan Brooks, big enemy of Golden State Warriors. What happened with him and Kyrie the other day? We asked the Dallas Mavericks play-by-play guy, and he was not happy with me. So what was your interpretation of what happened after the game?
Was it Chuck Cooperstein?
Yeah, Chuck Cooperstein. Yeah.
Here, let's play it for Mike.
Listen to this, Mike. What happened with the jersey swap between Dylan Brooks and Kyrie Irving?
I didn't see it. Can't tell you.
Oh, no idea, huh?
Nope.
Oh, wow. So you think Kyrie's going to play then tomorrow?
I have no idea.
Is that the Chuck you know and love?
It can be. I sat with Chuck, though, when I'm doing pre and post for the Texas Rangers, and we'll have fun conversations about baseball, a little bit about basketball. But if he does get irritated, that can be Chuck.
So what was your interpretation of what happened with the jersey swap? That seems to be kind of like the World Cup thing, and I know soccer's been doing this for a long time. Now they do it after all the games, football, basketball, baseball. What happened the other night with Dillon Brooks and Kyrie?
Well, I think a little bit of this. Dillon Brooks, I mean, I don't think he intentionally hurt. I do think he does try to intentionally hurt players at times, but I don't think he was trying to intentionally hurt Kyrie or Jaden Hardy the other night, but he did hurt them. He did, got the feet tangled up type of deal and had foot and ankle things with two players during that game. And I just I don't know Kyrie very well at all. He has been an A-plus person while he's been here. I'm scared to death of when that changes. He has been an unbelievable teammate and everything here when he's healthy enough to play. I think a little bit of this, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, this is just my opinion. I don't know. If I want to exchange my jersey with Ken Griffey Jr., I want Ken Griffey Jr.'s jersey. I don't think there's any part of Ken Griffey Jr. that wants a Mike Bassett jersey.
Right.
I just think Kyrie was like, okay, you want my jersey. I don't want yours. Like, you're just an average player he's talking a lot. And we talked about Dillon Brooks yesterday. I wonder when certain guys like Patrick Beverley or Dillon Brooks, do they get told by family? Do they get told by agents? Do they get told by themselves? Like, inside their head is, I'm just an average, good role player. What can take me to another level? What if I talk as much as I possibly can, challenge the best players in the league like I'm on their level, and then all of a sudden I become more popular? So, I mean, Dillon Brooks is a nice player. I'd love having him on the Mavs as a guy who plays 25 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes a game, but he's nothing special. He's a hard-working, good role player, but he's talking so much. I just don't think Kyrie really wanted his jersey.
Right. No,
Mike,
I don't blame him.
He needs somebody in his life like me to my nephew. I say to him all the time, you're not that guy. I say it to him all the time at Little League practice. I'm like, you're not that guy. Someone in his life needs to tell him that.
You're a tough Little League coach, man. What are you telling the kids?
It's called being real. Right, Mike? Come on, you got to be real with kids.
Unfortunately, yes, I have to coach middle school baseball today afterwards, and there's times where I'll move the kids that have never played baseball before. I'll have them in a group where they're working way more basic stuff than the kids that kind of play baseball.
Thank you. You guys are harsh, man. Mike Bassett, 105.3 The Fan, KC Masterpiece. Yeah, we have Dillon Brooks fatigue. I mean, he's talking left and right. He's suspended for tonight, by the way. He picked up his 18th technical.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's suspended again. So, I mean, Dillon Brooks, Dillon the villain. We can't stand him out here in the Bay
That gets
Area.
me every time.
I mean, Dillon the villain, he's unbelievable. So, Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Where is he at? How's his game grown? Because at times I thought, okay, he's learning how to play off the ball. And then later on in the season, right before Kyrie Irving landed in Dallas, it felt like Luka was falling back into those bad habits where he's ball pounding, complaining about calls. Where is he at now? How's he grown from last season's Western Conference Finals appearance?
It's funny. I think his game, he's a little bit better. And it's really tough, right? Because he keeps making first-team All-NBA, and he's one of the best in the league, especially offensively, if not the best. And I feel like at times he's grown there. But his maturity has not grown at all. And I love him to death. I mean, he's a guy that I do think will lead you to a championship eventually with the right players around you. And he's going to be one of the 5 best players in the league for probably another decade. But he's got to learn to let it go. It drives us insane in Dallas on how great he is and how much he can get distracted by 3 referees. It's not going to change. And then I think I might be too harsh on this. He gives up an average of 10 points a game because he refuses to play defense because he's so mad at the referee. And it drives us insane. It's like, I get it, man. Everybody has complained in basketball history. But when you stop playing the game of basketball in live action to do the complaining, you're now hurting your team. And that's the one thing is he's got to mature. He's unbelievably great. I don't want to bash Luka at all as in like he's not a great player. He is unbelievable. But he's got to mature and realize those calls are not going to change in live action.
It's a great point. Mike Bassick with us, former Major League Baseball pitcher. He's a host on 105.3 The Fan down there in Texas. And so I love talking with you because you just make me smile in general because you love sports. And I know you're a big baseball guy. So I want to ask you about what happened last night, World Baseball Classic. I loved it. I thought it was a great representation for the sport. And similar, it's not the same comp, but Steph Curry, we see him and we're like, oh, little kids can relate to that even though he's humongous because of the long shooting. They can't relate to Shaq, right? When I watch Ohtani, right, I'm not saying it's relatable in the sense that people think they can do that, but there is something about every little league team, every high school team in America has somebody who pitches and bats third, fourth, or fifth. Like, I love that he's able to do both of these things, and I just think it's just so fun seeing that on the grandest stage last night of the WBC.
It's amazing because I had given up on Ohtani after the COVID season. And I work with Mark McLemore, a guy who played 20 years in the major leagues with the Texas Rangers, and he had given up on him too. It's just like, it's just not going to work. As much as we want this to work, pitching and hitting, there's just too many injury risk and trying to do it at the same time at the highest level. And then in 21, he explodes. Obviously, last year he had another great year. And then last night, so fun to watch. That was playoff baseball. That was NFL playoff football type of environment. That was so great. We're a week away from the season starting, and you get that as an introduction into 2023 baseball. Unbelievable. And Ohtani he's the greatest baseball player of all time because, yes, Barry Bonds or Mike Trout, or there's plenty of hitters that you can say, hey, they're better hitters than Ohtani. And there's honestly plenty of pitchers that you could say are Greg Maddux, maybe a Nolan Ryan, are better than Ohtani. But a dude doing it at that high of a level at the same time, it's never been done in the history of baseball. And as Smoke said yesterday, Babe Ruth only kind of did it for 2 years. He was a pitcher first, then a hitter second.
Mike, I love you. You know I do. I love you a lot more than RJ, Sean, and Bobby Boucher down there.
I know they're right next to me, finishing up their show right now.
Yeah, I love you a lot, Mike.
They don't like us, I don't think.
But don't you think it's a little premature to say greatest baseball player of all time? A little disrespectul to Mays and usual. Bob Gibson, all these great players.
It, because if he were to, I hate saying this, but if he blew out his elbow again, which he did, in 2009, if he blew out his elbow this year and couldn't ever pitch again, then we're going, wow, that was the greatest 2-year thing I ever saw in my life in baseball. But to your point, yes, he probably needs to have another 5 years of being a pitcher and a hitter at a very high level to go, look, there's hitters that are better than him, and there's pitchers that are better than him, but we never saw a human being be able to do it. And I've talked to the Rangers before, and they're like, here's what's tough about Americans doing this is we're going to draft that American player, and in AA, is he going to be at the same level of pitching and hitting at the same time to develop at the same rate?
That's a great
point. And usually the answer is no.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, he's so good, though, Mike, that I believe the Giants, and I don't know if the Giants are going to sign him, but they've been striking out on these free agents. Aaron Judge, Carlos Correa, we know about that situation. Bryce Harper, Shohei before, Giancarlo Stanton. If I'm the Giants, or if I'm any organization for that matter, Texas may even do this. I'm starting an offer with Shohei Ohtani saying, hey, here's $75 million per year. That's how good I think he is, Mike. 75 per year. I'm buying for 2 players. He's going to give you about 25 starts a season. So I'm paying for that. I'm paying for the 30 to 40 jacks and the plate discipline that he has and the plate presence that he has. I'm starting at $75 million per year. That's how I think. Am I crazy for that?
I don't think you are, and you'd have to talk to a business person better than I am. But I believe the Rangers' revenue when they had Yu Darvish, very different than Ohtani.
Yeah.
Yu Darvish was they made so much money from Japanese people watching the Texas Ranger game because millions of people every night when Yu Darvish pitched, it was, hey, we're watching this in our country. And so if you do get Ohtani, I wonder when you start going, oh gosh, it's $75 million a year. That's impossible. But what if, and I don't know the number, what if Ohtani generates $25 million extra revenue coming in from Japan every year that you don't have unless you have them. So can you knock that number down to $50 million? If you look like that money right there, we knock off a third of $75 million immediately because of now the Japanese revenue that we're getting. I don't know. I'm guessing on numbers.
You're around the same ballpark. Bob Nightingale basically told us the same thing yesterday.
I love that. And Mike, I do want to have you back on later on in the year, talk talk about Bochy because I think you're going to love him just as a person.
Yeah.
He's the best.
Yeah.
And I'm sad that he's
We're really excited. We can now. It looks like the Rangers have a competitive team. I'm not picking them to make the playoffs, but I'm picking them to win about 84 games and just miss the playoffs. So I think we're going to have a good year here in Texas watching baseball.
You guys have my favorite first baseman, Nathaniel Lowe.
Look at you. No, but real quick before you get on out, because I do want to ask you about some of these rule changes. You say that you coach at the younger levels, as do I. I love the game. I want to see it get sped up at the big league level because the ball's not in play, and the 3 true outcomes is driving me absolutely nuts. And that's part of why I really enjoyed watching the WBC. Obviously, the fervor and everything. The ball in play more with the Japanese team. What are your thoughts on these rule changes? Because I do think the pitch clock is outstanding, and I love some of these rule changes in the shift ban and all that stuff.
I really do like the pitch clock. I always pitch with pace. I was taught to pitch with pace, so I'm going to really enjoy the pitch clock. Players are making adjustments. I don't think we're going to get to August, September, really important baseball, and see games decided by a timed out, type of timed strike 3 or timed ball 4. So I think the players will adjust to that. It'll be interesting to see kind of everything else. I'm okay with the bases. I've been on the field in spring training. They do look a lot bigger when you're on the field than they do when you're in the stands. I'm okay with everything. The one thing that does become tough is if you have a good base runner on to only pick twice. Because as a left-hander, sometimes I might show you a bad move just to try to get my good move to work. Well, if I show a bad move, I'm down to only one move left. And if I make that move and don't get him, now I'm in a situation. If I don't pick him off that third time or he takes off early and I step off, it'll be interesting if teams take advantage of things too with the time clock. I saw this in spring training. A Dodgers pitcher came set with 10 seconds to go, and the hitter used his timeout, and the pitcher held the ball for 9 seconds. And the hitter couldn't do anything about it. He just had to stand there and hold for 9 seconds, and he struck out on that pitch because it's tough to stand there for 9 seconds and not move.
I love it. Mike Bassick, former Major League Baseball pitcher, 105.3 The Fan down in Dallas, and, of course, the Rangers pre- and post-game host on Bally Sports Southwest. Mike, you're really good. Tell R.J. Sean and Bobby Boucher we're really apologize about what happened in January. They'll be okay.
Okay. I'll tell when we go on. Talk at like 9:45 our time here. I'll tell them. I'll be like, "Hey, man, those guys from San Francisco, man,
really
want to apologize to."
Yeah, we want to talk to them again next football
Mike,
season.
I really get a kick out of talking with you. Like, I honestly, all the sports, I really love our conversations. You have a great day.
Well, thanks, guys. All right. Hopefully, Bill Russell doesn't show up again for Golden State against the Mavs.
Oh boy, I don't know if we have that size. You see this roster? Oh man,
Mike Bassick's great.
You see this roster, man? Luka and Kyrie Irving questionable today.
Yeah, they traded away a lot of their depth to get Kyrie. But they're legitimately injured. So like this isn't like
But still, I mean, Kyrie plays. Who's going to stand for the Kyrie on this basketball team right now?
For the Warriors?
For the Warriors.
DiVincenzo? I'm asking out loud.
Do you remember what Kyrie did at Chase Center for the Brooklyn Nets this past season?
I'm well aware.
He cooked up the Warriors. I mean,
he's one of the best players in the league.
There was no Kevin Durant in that game. And
yeah, he destroyed them. Why are you so exasperated?
And this Warriors team, it's really getting to me. It's 9 games left at times, right? Because I'm watching Boston to Sacramento. I'm like, damn, this is championship level basketball. And Sac was holding their own. And then in the third quarter, the game got away from them. But then I'm watching OKC going hard. Like they're playing hard for a playoff spot. The intensity that I saw at Crypto.com Arena. And I'm looking at the Warriors and Rockets, and I'm watching back that game a little bit thinking, do they even have a sense of urgency? You just heard Draymond Green. He sounded defeated.
Well, I guess my question
I've never heard Draymond sound defeated.
No, I'm with you on that. And I know we want to cling to this dynasty as long as we possibly can, which I totally understand. And if they're not winning, it makes you sad because this team has brought you so many memories, right? Or even angry, on the verge of anger because of it. And you expect better things from him. But I want to ask sincerely, because I was listening to Spadoni the other morning, and he was talking about dynasties flaming out, and they always, quote unquote, always flame out. And has there ever been a dynasty that gracefully went out? And I'm not even saying they're done. I'm not even saying they're done.
The Niners.
What do you mean?
It feels like their dynasty gracefully, like they still were competitive
when
despite
Steve
some
Young
of the core guys.
He got knocked out,
but it was over. It was over. But they had a great run. It was a great run. I don't know. I guess not. I mean, Boston, they lost to Detroit. in the second round, and there were conference finals. That was that. The Lakers, when their dynasty was over, basically when Magic admitted that he had HIV, that was that. The Bulls basically tore everything apart. That was that. The Lakers got swept by the Dallas Mavericks with Dirk Nowitzki in the second round, and that was that for Kobe. The Heatles got blown out in the finals,
and Bosch
that was
had the heart thing.
But at least they made the finals. At least they advanced to the finals.
Yeah, but once they left,
this team may not even make it to the first round of the playoffs.
Well, I know it's sad.
And
but like
Joe Lacob's paying all this luxury tax money. People are getting on him. They be another owner you would want in that position.
I can't think of one.
So,
I can't think of one.
So has the dynasty ended like this? When you think about everything that's transpired this season for the Warriors.
With the players intact. I would say San Antonio was one that it took a minute, and then they went back into the playoffs. I don't think we took them as serious. And then they revved it back up maybe a year or two later with Kyrie when they faced the Warriors. But you had to move off of Tony Parker, and Duncan retired, and Ginobili, I think Ginobili had retired when the year that Zaza stepped on Kawhi Leonard's leg. So I don't know. I'm just asking out loud. Like, did we expect this to end gracefully? Like, I know we thought it would go on forever.
I do. I expected the transition to the youngsters to happen. I expected the youngsters to pick up the slack, and now the youngsters.
But they made the decision
Poole,
to not allow the youngsters. Like they had no time for the youngsters.
Right. Basically, they said that.
That was the team
and
telling us
that was Steve Kerr and the players telling that, the veterans.
Yes.
And now the number 2 pick is gone. All right. Jordan Poole is a shell of. Jordan Poole's averaging 20, but he's not having that same impact that he did last season.
It doesn't feel the
All right,
same.
Moody's confidence, he's trying to regain it. Kuminga's playing well, but it feels like now, with Wiseman gone and everything, now you may not have Draymond Green next year. Who the hell knows what's going to happen with Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole in the offseason? Bob Myers may be out the door. Steve Kerr, those questions weren't arising before the season. We all assumed that, hey, man, they're going to be here for as long as they want to be here.
Was it a miscalculation, denial, randomness, people not stepping up? Like, what? Why? Like, honestly, think about this year. Like, what exactly was it?
In terms of just the weirdness?
Just everything. Like, why did everything...
How can you not go back to the punch? That was the start of things. Think about the vibes before the punch.
They were immaculate.
And I'm not blaming the punch for the season whatsoever.
No, I think it's part of
it.
The
vibes are great. And then the punch happened. And then there was just weirdness. And then you get off to the 3-7 start.
And then injuries.
And then there's finger pointing at who's to blame for the 3-7 start. And then the fans are divided because they're saying, hey, it's not Wiseman's fault. And you got another side of the fan base saying, hey, it is Wiseman's fault. Then you're getting people pointing the finger at Joe Lacob saying, oh, this is Joe Lacob's fault. He wanted to win this way. And Joe Lacob sitting back saying, hey, it's not my fault. This is a group decision. Why am I getting all the blame for this? Why? I don't deserve the blame. I'm spending all this money for this team.
So let's stop for a second and talk about that for just a minute here. Really, what are we talking about when we say that Joe Lacob didn't spend the money? Like, what are we talking about? Otto Porter Jr., who's out for the year?
Yeah.
Or are we talking, like, who else are we talking about?
Nemanja Bjelica,
who the fans couldn't stand until the final game of the year, basically?
This is why I knew people jumped the shark. They were begging back for Damian Lee. It was good to see Damian Lee a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, but people couldn't stand Damian Lee.
They couldn't stand Damian Lee. And they called it nepotism.
Yes.
They were saying it was nepotism on why he was on the roster. Now we're begging for Damian Lee.
So we're talking about what? And DiVincenzo's been a great signing. So, like, and he's been healthy all year, outside of, I think, a little stretch at the beginning of the year we had, maybe a COVID thing or whatever it was. Like, what are we really talking about? Just hanging on to young players? Again, you have to look at their salaries and look around the league and see who you could legitimately get for those contracts. And you tell me who's the difference maker, who's cracking your top 8, top 9. I don't know. Like, as much as we want to blame construction of roster,
it's on the dudes.
And this guy allocated him, it's on the big dudes.
It's on the dudes.
Absolutely.
That's what it is.
Is their big 6 this year as good as the big 6 at the end of last year?
No.
I agree with that.
No. Because Poole was part of that big 6.
Yeah.
Wiggins is not here. Looney's a lot better.
I think that's the big part.
Looney's a lot better.
I think Looney's had a career year.
Got everything out of Looney.
He's had a career year.
Everything that you could imagine.
They squeezed the lemon for every drop. And he's been very versatile coming off the bench, in, out, like anything they ask him to do.
Guys have been in and out of the lineup. So, can a win today do wonders for the Golden State Warriors?
Hell
absolutely.
Yeah. Especially for a team that you're facing. So it would be a 2-game swing in the standings.
So
this is a big one.
Let's look at the standings right now. Hey, Spinoza, if you could pull up the Bill Simmons sound, I want to play this because we get No Cap 757 calling the show. It's Bill Simmons. Warriors are 6 right now, 37-36. They're a game away from the Clippers. I don't mind the Warriors being 6. If they get the 5, you got to play Phoenix first round.
Yeah,
that could be curtains.
I'd like to avoid Phoenix.
I don't mind being in the 6th spot.
I mean, I'd like to just get into the playoffs, but yeah,
In the
then
playoffs,
I would like to
6.
avoid them.
You have OKC at 7. They're half game behind the Warriors. They're tied in the loss column. So OKC is coming, and they're coming back to the West Coast before the season's over. That will not be an easy game, folks. Playing Oklahoma City. That will not be easy. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a baller.
What's their record versus OKC this year?
2-1.
They're 2-1. Okay.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a problem.
Yeah.
He's a big problem.
He's excellent.
He's a superstar
Yeah.
in the making. So that's what OKC. Dallas right now in 8th place. If they win tonight, they jump you in the standings. Dallas tied with you in the loss column with 36 losses. Then you have Minnesota. They're coming to town on Sunday with Nas Reed, and Anthony Edwards may play. He's day-to-day.
Reed? You mean Wilt Chamberlain against the Warriors?
Nas Reed. You know what's funny about Nas Reed? I remember the pandemic season.
How did he go so low? I don't understand how he's not more coveted. He's an excellent player.
During the pandemic season, there was a back-to-back with Minnesota, home and home. No fans. And Minnesota was a mess. They were out there scrapping Karl Anthony Towns and D'Lo, and you had Nas Reed. Nas Reed was so erratic. I remember watching him like, man, this guy, he's active, but he doesn't know what he's doing. This guy's gotten better and better and better each and every season. Now where he's, dude.
Wait, did he get better on the bench and in the G League or playing?
By playing.
Oh.
Go figure, right?
It's an interesting concept.
Yeah, right. Play the youngsters. They get better. The more you play, the better you get.
Play the youngsters. They get better.
I mean, go
or
figure.
they prove they don't belong.
Or they prove they're not an NBA player.
Yeah.
Wiseman looks like an NBA player now. Maybe you jumped the gun on that. Utah Jazz tighten the loss column with the Golden State Warriors, but are they really trying to make the playoffs? They're playing hard.
The fighting Laurie Marketers?
The fighting Laurie Marketers, 22-13 at home. They have 36 losses.
Oh, Danny
you got the
Ainge,
Lakers.
his best job ever.
And the Lakers' big game tonight against the Phoenix Suns.
Is
They've got to
LeBron
win.
coming back?
Maybe not. They're saying that there's a chance, like, if they make the play-in, he could play in that game, but I wouldn't put money on it. That bad. I thought he was going to be reevaluated this week. That's what they said after 3 weeks, but we'll see. Must win. If they don't win tonight, I think they're done. That's 3 games under 500 for them.
Bill Simmons, the ringer, your favorite guy. Here's what he had to say about the Golden State Warriors.
Mr. Khaki Pants.
I love the Steph era. I always want Steph to be in the playoffs.
Let's start that over.
Run that they're on, even though.
Go ahead, Spinotti. You play.
That was my fault. To take you behind the scenes, folks, just real quick. I played that on my end because I didn't think Bonte had the sound. Clearly, he does. So, you know what? My fault, Bonte.
So I'm the most versatile driver at this station.
You know what? I
Play
underestimated the sound.
Everything. Boom, boom,
Wow.
boom, boom, boom.
Well, it's versatile, control freak. I don't know.
I'm not a control freak.
I will play the sound.
Think about how much baseball we talk. If I was a control freak, we'd be talking no baseball, especially as freak.
I love the Steph era. I always want Steph to be in the playoffs for as long as possible. I like watching him. I like this Warriors run that they're on, even though they steamrolled my team last year. I don't think they have it this year. And believe me, I am very careful about saying stuff like that, especially in this era where little sound bites and tweets and whatever can just get thrown in your face. I remember what happened last year where it looked like they were kind of dead in the Memphis series. Then all of a sudden it flipped and they won the title. They have one of the best players in the league. You can never bet against that. They don't have Wiggins yet. They don't have Gary Payton yet. They're going to be much better defensively.
So he says, that basically, we've been dying to play that soundbite for 2 days because he says he doesn't think they have it this year. Wow, that was bold. Thank God we stopped what we were doing.
No. Here's more.
There's more. Oh, okay.
Draymond, not the same.
And they're at a position with Draymond where he's just moving into a slightly different phase of his career. He's not as athletic anymore. From what I've seen on TV, and then it was confirmed last night, like finishing around the rim is just harder for him. It doesn't have the same lift, and guys are going over his back for rebounds. They really needed help. And I look at that Jakob Poeltl, and it's like, oh yeah, whatever. Jakob Poeltl, freaking guy in the Spurs center, like is maybe a double-double guy. Is that guy going to swing a title? In this case, it actually might have swung a title if they were able to get him, because that's exactly what they need. They need another big body. They didn't get him. The Raptors ended up trading for him.
Jakob Poeltl would have swung a title. Missed out on that one.
I'm not even going to Google it. Is Jakob Poeltl doing anything for Toronto?
Yeah, he is. He's playing well.
Okay.
He's playing well.
And he'd be playing over who on this team?
He'd be playing behind Looney.
Behind Looney, okay.
He may even start for Looney. Who knows?
Was that the deal that we had to make?
I know San Antonio was interested in James Wiseman and Moses Moody, for that matter. Jakob Poeltl.
I mean, would we even be discussing Jakob Poeltl if GP2 was actually healthy when they traded for him?
I'm not gonna lie, they do need size. The West has gotten a lot bigger.
Oh, I've been advocating for size.
They need size, and then
I was advocating
size
for it.
Matters.
But they also
matter.
have a wing player who is incredibly versatile in Andrew Wiggins that they desperately miss. Who helps on two ends, rebounding because he was a monster rebounding on in the playoffs, and then perimeter defense. Those are the two most pivotal things that this team needs right now.
All right, here you go.
And obviously an injection of athleticism.
Last but not least, Warriors are suffering from the lack of a sitter.
Here's why I worry about them, and here's where I think they have real issues that aren't solvable. This is a centers league in a lot of ways now. As many great perimeter guys as we have, you kind of have to have center stuff now. Every single team that succeeds at least has somebody like Zubac. The Warriors couldn't hold these guys off because they're too small. And it didn't matter if you were too small in 2016. And it didn't even really matter in 2017. The Warriors could experiment with lineups where basically Draymond and Durant were their centers, right? And that was fine. In 22 last year, they could get away with Looney and Green together, or maybe just, Looney and Wiggins or Green and Wiggins, and they could do it because Boston couldn't really make them pay. But the league this year, there's too many guys who can make you pay. There's too many guys who can crash the boards.
Well, here's the deal with Jakob Poeltl. 16 games for Toronto. Jakob Poeltl shooting 66.7% from the floor. Averaging 15 points a game, 9.5 rebounds, 2.5 assists, a block shot and a half. I know there was a lot of hype for Jakob Poeltl. I dismissed him. The numbers, the box score, tells you they could have used Jakob Poeltl. DeLon Wright loves him. He played with him at Utah. I was talking to Darrell about Jakob Poeltl way back when. It's like, they could use him. It's like, no, they can't use Jakob Poeltl. Who's he playing over?
Well,
But Simmons, I'll give Simmons credit, though. He's right. I don't think it's a centers league per se.
Yeah, I was going to say. Regular season, yes.
But Jokic, Embiid,
no doubt.
Giannis, Anthony Davis, DeAndre Ayton, guys are big. Even Christian Wood is. Who's got to guard him?
Well, B. There's the regular season, and then there's the playoffs. Can we at least make a distinction between the two?
But you can't. You do need some size.
I acknowledge all of the great big players. I'm not denying that. But the reality is that you could find, and I put Anthony Davis in the big category. He's really the only big as of recent that's won a championship. And you can say the Warriors
Giannis?
are part. Yeah, Giannis is a big. I consider him a big, even though his style of play is more versatile.
And the big who didn't play last year kind of flipped that series.
Who?
Robert Williams, Time Lord.
Yes.
He was dominant when he played.
But he had the bum knee the whole year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But when he played, he changed that Boston team.
Absolutely. I don't deny that. I don't deny that. But
you could say size beat up on the Warriors in 2019 with Marc Gasol and Pascal Siakam and Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, and so did
size
injuries.
matters.
And so did injuries.
Injuries too, but
for the
size was a problem.
I agree with that. Like, who's to say that you don't want to, like, long athletic bigs, like, who are skilled? Everyone would want those things. But I do think there's the regular season, the way the game's played, and then there's the playoffs. And I'm not saying that they don't matter. They do matter. They matter less in the playoffs. I don't think that's an egregious statement.
You think so? Especially when
I love bigs, but
especially when the game slows down in the playoffs.
But when this Warrior teams plays in the playoffs, their best lineups typically feature Draymond as the 5, at least in crunch time.
By the way, there's real concern with the Clippers that Paul George's injury is serious.
Oh,
the Clipper curse, man, it is something real, and that stinks for Paul George. Nasty play. Left the game in the fourth quarter. Had a sick dunk yesterday. Sick dunk. They lose to Oklahoma City. Kawhi Leonard couldn't get a shot off against Lou Dort in the final seconds. Now, the Clippers may fall out of 5. I don't think the Warriors want that 5 spot right now. I wouldn't want that 5 spot.
Oh, man.
I'm good off that.
Well, back to the quick Warrior thing. Like, it has to be the right big who can defend, especially for our particular, team. I think our team is uniquely built that other teams, it's hard for me to make, just throw, big man X on this team. If you can't defend, you will not play in crunch time. That's how our team operates. The reason why Looney has so much value here, it's not his offense, although he does little subtle things that are great on offense, setting screens, setting up some of the passing as a big at the top, even though he's not the greatest passer. It's defensively. So I just think that this team's a little different. But a big does matter. I'm not saying bigs don't matter. I'm saying it's got to be the right big. And that's part of why James Wiseman's not here. He was not the right big for right now.
Nope. And that's
whether I agree with it or not.
That's unfortunate. All right, let's get to the injury report. All right, Luka's been out for 5 games. He was upgraded to questionable for tonight as he continues to deal with a left thigh injury. Left thigh injury for Luka Doncic, questionable. Kyrie Irving, questionable with the sore right foot. He was playing through pain the last 2 games before re-aggravating the injury Monday night against the Grizzlies. Although he exited the arena in a walking boot, he noted that it was mainly as a precaution for the Warriors. Draymond Green listed as probable with a minor wrist ailment. Big game in Dallas tonight. Huge for the Golden State Warriors. Can they end this road trip with a win? 1-3 so far in the 5-game roadie. Can they get a win before taking out the Sixers on Friday night and the fighting Kate Scotts? Oh, big game for the Warriors. And my confidence level, I don't know where it's at right now. I just don't know. A lot of unknowns with this team right now. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Curse, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity, and future starts now. George Contos, former World Series champion with the San Francisco Giants. Talk a little baseball, and then we'll get right back into basketball coming up on the Morning Roast.
Today at 4:30, the Warriors take on the Mavs in the biggest game of the year.
Oh, baby. It's a war zone going on in the YouTube chat right now. Just kind of looking at that during the break, man. Guys are fighting. Don't like sports making people fight, right? As far as the radio signal, we're sorry. Our main signal got affected by the winds and rain last night. We are working on that. Our crew is working hard to get that back. If you can't get to the radio, download the Odyssey app right now. Odyssey app, or find us on YouTube or Twitch, and you can find the show right there. We apologize for the inconvenience, but we need that. We need that. So, George Contos will join us. We'll talk a little baseball. We'll get back into the Golden State Warriors. Hey, the Warriors, man. I'm thinking about them. Like, Sacramento's having fun. OKC's having fun. These teams are having fun watching their squads, and I'm watching Warriors the other night. It's just thinking, no urgency, man. Can I at least have some fun? Joy. Did you hear Steve Kerr yesterday, by the way? Steve Kerr said he's having fun this year. It's a lot of fun to be in a playoff race. It's different. Are you having fun watching the Warriors?
At times. But I also think at times it's been a struggle. A struggle.
Fun.
Because it just feels like there are certain possessions, quarters, games they don't even care about. And so it's very difficult for me to remove my emotion of being frustrated that the team doesn't care as much as I want them to on a certain night.
All right. Well, we'll play that sound after George Contos. George Contos joins us here on the Morning Roast. 95.7 The Game. Of course, two-time World Series champ, former reliever with the Giants, a great golfer. And the shoe game. George, your shoe game. He's going to be back on NBC Sports Bay Area this season for Giants pre and post. And your shoe game just might be better than mine, George. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. I'll tell you what, getting ready for this season, I have more people asking me on social media if I've added any new shoes to the collection outside of how I think the Giants are going to be this year. So I think I've kind of stepped the game up even a little bit more.
So what did you cop?
He's got the chase.
I'm well aware.
I've copped a few new pairs. The ones that I really want to get, though, are my hands on those Travis Scotts, and I refuse to go pay $1,500 for them.
Yeah.
So those new Travis Scotts are the ones that I'm trying to, the olive ones and the ones that just got released. I'm trying to figure out a way to get those for me because I'm not going to go spend $1,500 for a pair of shoes.
Did you get the Cherry 11s?
I did not get the Cherry 11s. No, I did get the 85 Panda ones though.
While we're on this subject, back in the day, I remember when Brian Wilson got fined for wearing orange shoes, right? Like, think of how far baseball's come in terms of allowing the expression of the shoes. Would you have been one of the people rocking Jordans as your cleats?
Oh my God, absolutely. I would have absolutely been one of the guys that was doing that. You know, I think Craw always has some really nice spikes. You know, he has, you know, maybe 10 or 15 pairs that he designs every year, and he has probably 3 or 4 that he does, then he lets his kids design them. I was the guy that had a home pair and an away pair, and at the time when I was kind of still playing, and there were these shoe custom design guys who would you'd send them to your spikes that were normal, the way you'd order them from Nike, and then you'd tell them what you'd want on them, they'd draw all over them, and they looked amazing. Now you can do all this stuff just customized from Nike. You know, what do you want? Boom, it's on the shoe. They make it a lot easier nowadays.
Yeah, no, Crawford joined us on the Warriors pre- and post-game live during FanFest, the day of FanFest, and he had some custom 5s on, some J's that were blue with the yellow with the Warrior colors. It's like, damn, Craw. I was like, what's up? He goes, oh, this is all the wifey. This is all wifey.
Well, you got Craw, and then you got, like, you know, Matt Cain rocking Mizunos.
Yeah.
Looking as basic as possible. God bless Matt Cain. But you know what I mean? Like, come on, dog. Step your shoe game up.
You know what, though? If Matt Cain cared even one bit about what his shoes look like, maybe he would have tried a little harder, but he absolutely could care less about the shoe game. He cared more about what he went to the stadium in, and it was whatever kind of cowboy boots he was wearing on a travel day.
All right, look, I wanted to get you on because I saw you quote tweet me yesterday about Shohei Ohtani. We'll get to that. I went on the internet and said, hey, man, he should be the Giants should offer $75 million per season. Now, I don't remember the emojis because, George, I'm getting a little older, man. I'm losing track of what these emojis mean. But you probably thought, this guy's insane. Nobody's getting $75 million.
To be honest with you, so I gave the shocked face emoji, the 3 shocked faces, and I don't disagree with you that much. I think 75 might be a little excessive, but I had this conversation with Laura Britt and with Carlos Ramirez and guys on the show that when we were kind of BSing during the game while we were watching, having conversations. And you have to pay this guy for what he brings to the table.
Yep.
He brings to the table a middle-of-the-lineup power bat that can go out and hit 40 homers, and then he brings 102 as a top-of-the-rotation guy that can go throw 185. You have to pay him as such. So what I thought the deal would have been for him is 10 years, 60 a year, $600 million. That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm with you. I mean, he's going to get paid. And his value went right up.
You have to pay him for what he brings to the table, and he brings to the table somebody that's going to be in your lineup every single day, swinging the bat, and he's going to take the mound every fifth day with some of the hardest fastballs you'll see in the league, a great splitter, a great slider. I mean, this is a guy that we're talking about, and we've heard all about it during the World Baseball Classic. Obviously, we're seeing the second coming of Babe Ruth, and we've now seen Shohei Ohtani do it as a two-way player longer than Babe Ruth has, because he's done it for 3 years. The Babe did it for 2. But this is a once-in-a-legitimate lifetime player that we're getting to witness, and he makes it look easy. He's running four flat times to first base, hitting the ball 115 with exit velocity, and throwing 102 to punch out Mike Trout to end the World Baseball Classic. I mean, when are you ever going to see this again?
And the seats that he's going to fill at Oracle Park, the revenue, the jersey sales. I mean, it's just, that
market
park
share
needs buzz. He will bring the buzz back to Oracle Park. I mean, the revenue that they rake in. Oh my Lord! Gosh, I can go ahead.
No, it's just I'm totally with you, and it's funny that we were kind of like talking about the Giants, because watching that ninth inning, now I know his repertoire is deeper than him, but I hope Camilo Duvall was watching that closely. Establish the fastball, and then you throw that slider that breaks like 2.5, 3 feet at the end. I mean, that's what we're all wanting to see from Camilo Duvall, because he's got that kind of power in terms of a pitcher. So I don't know. The Shohei is he's outstanding. He's must-watch television, George. I don't really have a question on that. Yesterday was just amazing for the sport of baseball, and as someone who made his living talking about baseball, and as someone who played the game like yourself, it must have been special watching that.
I looked at my wife as we were sitting there watching the last at bat, and I was on social media and kind of like tweeting stuff out. But for the sport of baseball, I mean, you had the beginning of that game with Shohei leading his team with the Japanese flag. Then you had Trout leading the American team. That whole moment, like what that meant for the game, and this World Baseball Classic has been fantastic. I talked about it with FP last night a little bit, but when you have the ability to go and play for your country, it is a very, very big honor. And I did get a chance to play for Team Greece a long time ago. But had I ever been given the opportunity to wear that USA across my chest, unless I had something that was a lingering injury that was really something I was worried about, there's absolutely no way that I'm passing up that opportunity. And to go one step further, these guys just played World Series type cutthroat baseball, single game elimination, and they have a couple days off, and they have to report back to Tempe Diablo Stadium.
I know.
And do spring training like and you know what, it matters, but It doesn't matter. Like, the next games that they're going to play that are really meaningful are hopefully in September, when they're leading the division trying to get to the postseason. And not that the games 1 through 150 don't matter, because they obviously do, but that type of electricity and excitement really matter at the end.
Yeah, not with that excitement level. I totally with you. All right, let's transition to the Giants here for a second, because you're talking about spring training. And look, I've only watched a couple of games on television. This is what I'm going off of. All right, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to see him up close and personal, but Bonte's giving me crap because I said that.
No, that's not fair.
What?
Don't do that.
Are you not giving me crap?
No, don't do that.
Well, I'm going to do it, because this is what you
that's
did.
A lie.
You have to step into it. Be who you are.
No,
all right.
you're
I said, look, I'm listening to Crawford. I'm listening to Kapler. I'm listening to guys that are around this dude every day, and they're saying, hey, he fields the ball different. I'm talking about Casey Schmidt. Now, I've only seen a couple of games, but there were like 3 plays in that game on Sunday, for example. And I know people could say, hey, it's spring training. It looks different defensively. Like, he looks different defensively. Now, is the bat there? I don't know. He's batting .444 or whatever it is in spring training, and I think that's impressive. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean that he's going to be, Hall of Fame or any of those things. I'm really excited and optimistic for this kid, Casey Schmidt. What have you seen from him, and should I be this optimistic?
I think that you can always take the positives out of spring training, and whenever a guy's doing something very good, I think you should pay attention to it. I think when it's on the other side of it, I'll use Mike Yastrzemski as an example right now. We know that Mike Yastrzemski is a very good baseball player, He hasn't quite gotten the hits yet so far in spring training, but I'm not worried about Yaz because this is spring training. When you have a guy like Casey Schmidt, he's done all the right things. He's hitting well. Javi Lopez told me a long time ago, because I always got suckered into the spring training, this and that, like, how am I doing in camp? And he's like, hey, man, this is a chance to get ready if you're going to be on the team, or this is a chance for you to do whatever you can to showcase yourself to maybe make an audition to make the team or to be an option. But until you start playing at night consistently and that second and third deck show up and there's fans in those seats, that's when you really see what the guy kind of has, in my opinion. And I've always taken that to heart when I'm watching guys. I mean, you have guys who like Casey Schmidt, he obviously can do it defensively. We've seen him play. We've seen all the highlights on the website that the Giants' media team are putting out there or during the game. You know, the 444 batting average, is that sustainable? Obviously not.
Of course not.
But he's definitely shown the flash of him being able to do it so far at that level against that type of competition.
You know, Jordan, we have George Contos. He's going to be on NBC Sports Giants pre and post game shows this year with Laura Britt, Colors for Bears. What year is this? Is this year number 3 for you, George, or 4?
4?
This is year number 4. Third year in studio. First year was the shortened pandemic season of 2020.
You're doing a hell of a job. We're glad that you're back. No doubt about that. Glad that you're back to shoe game. But look, I'm excited about Casey Schmidt too. Don't let Shasky fool you. He started talking the other day about Nolan Arenado and some of the great third basemen. I said, let the guy come into his own because no, because defensively we know the glove is there. But as you mentioned, it's going to be at the batter's box where people are going to say, okay, what makes Casey Schmidt different? Can he hit in the box? And that's what I'm looking forward to. But it is exciting to have a prospect close to making a team, and we're going to see what if Farhan's draft picks finally make the big league club. That's exciting.
That is exciting. And another guy, not to change the subject from Casey Schmidt, but I think that Blake Sable is a guy who I really enjoy watching. He is hitting the ball well. Yep. I know that his catching is a little raw, but being a Rule 5 pick is very unique. Because for those people who don't know what a Rule 5 pick is you're selected from another organization, and you have to spend the entire upcoming season at a level above where you played last year. So Sable would need to be on the Giants' major league roster for the entire year. And I know that the catching is a little bit of a work in progress. We saw him catching Logan Webb a couple times, you know, with the sinker and getting to know the pitchers a little bit. But the bat seems to be there. He can hit for power. He's hitting .333. He can play the outfield. You can put him at first base and teach him there. Ron Wotus is the best at teaching all that stuff. So I think he's a really interesting guy as well, that if they can find a way to keep him on the roster all year, could be a guy that could help out in the future for sure.
George, I'm looking at this pitching staff, and it just, gosh, I mean, Rodon, I know he's hurt right now, and believe me, I understand. There's a reluctance to give anybody who's pitching a 5-year deal with the history that he's had. They don't look like they have a supreme rotation. They got a bunch of 5s who they're hoping can produce like 2s and 3s, and man, I'm real skeptical. I like the bullpen pieces. You know, I do. I think Doval's got to take another step forward. He had a really solid year last year. Love the Rogers brother acquisition. I'm real iffy on this rotation. Should I be?
I don't think you should be iffy on it. I think that if these guys can stay healthy, we saw what DeSclafani did a couple years ago to earn him his contract. We know that Alex Wood, when he is healthy and is not dealing with back issues, what he can do. Logan Webb, in the last 2 years, has taken drastic strides forward. And this guy is I consider him maybe not the kind of frontline stuff that you're used to seeing. He's not pumping 100. But when he takes the mound every 5th day, you really have confidence that the Giants are going to win. And that, I think, more so is indicative of an ace than just going out there pumping 100 miles an hour. And the strides that he's made mentally and physically are really impressive. Minaya, I've always thought he had great stuff. He's on kind of like the bounce back mend. Ross Stripling, him being a Dodger for as long as he was, the guy is a solid. I'll give you that one for a number 4-5 swingman type guy. I kind of like, as long as they stay healthy, this is going to be maybe not going out throwing 7 innings shutout, but they're going to keep the Giants in every game and give them a chance to win.
I do think the Giants will shock some people this season. I'm starting to warm up to that.
They got 85 wins.
Maybe
that's
they're in the mix.
My over-under.
They'll be in the mix. We'll see.
You're in the mix.
We're in the mix. That's all I want, George. Be in the mix, make a run at the playoffs, and let's see what happens from there. We know anything can happen. As the 2014 and 2012 Giants proved that one. George, always good talking to you, man. Can't wait for the drip next week when you come to NBC Sports Bay Area. George, always good talking to you.
Thanks for having me, guys. Great chatting.
Anytime. George Katos here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. See, this is where you tick me off, and I'm not going to get annoyed this morning. Not going to do it. Not going to do it.
At what point did I ever say Casey Schmidt is Nolan Arenado?
No, you start comparing. He's
no,
like,
I didn't. I did not.
No,
Find me that audio.
No, because you started painting me in the box saying
I said
you're killing
the
my
kid's got
excitement.
an elite glove.
Okay.
Crawford called him Nolan Arenado-esque defensively.
Yeah, that's not
me.
fair.
I referenced what the player
But
said.
another thing you said. All right, fans, we know we're excited. But I said fans won't be excited about Casey Schmidt until we see what he does with the bat. What he does with the bat.
Wait. Baseball player needs to hit?
Oh, so now don't play me.
Wow.
Now you want to do this because yesterday
That's profound.
No, yesterday I said that, and you're killing my excitement for Casey Schmidt. Nobody's even doing that. I'm not even going to get there no more. I'm not going to get there anymore. You pulled the damn audio from the Casey Schmidt, all 40 minutes of it. If I was a controlling host, we would have talked Casey Schmidt for 40 damn minutes. I'm so sick of Casey Schmidt. He better. I'll tell you what, man. You're setting Casey Schmidt up to fail.
How?
You are. Because the
Being
way you hype.
optimistic?
Oh, dude. You're too much with this, man. Way too much. This is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. You almost ruined Casey Smith for me yesterday. For a lot of people. Casey Smith, I know what you said, but now backtrack like you always do. It's fine. Rotation for George Katos.
I don't agree with him.
You don't agree?
I don't agree with him on that. I just don't. Like, he could tell me that if this guy plays well and if this guy does that and this guy, like DeSclafani had a horrible season last year. Horrible. And there were people saying when they first originally acquired him that it was a bad decision, especially a 3-year deal on him. And he had the ankle surgery. I don't know. I'm iffy on him. Now, you want to tell me Alex Wood is good? Alex Wood is a solid 4. Solid 4. A 3, you know he's only going to give you 4 or 5 innings. He's not a 6-inning pitcher. He's just not.
Yeah.
Manaea was one of the worst players in baseball last year based on the metrics. Could he rebound? Absolutely he could rebound. But like, come on, you got to acknowledge. Like, you could say you like Sean Manaea. We all like Sean Manaea. But like, can you also acknowledge that the baseball card looked really bad last year?
Yeah.
And then Ross Stripling's a 5. Like,
yeah,
I just
look, man,
I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I think
I'm
pitching is
doing
how
that.
you win. We just saw Japan win the WBC because they had better
Great pitching. I'm going into the season with open. I'm going in with an open mind. I think the Dodgers are going to regress a bit.
I agree with that.
I'm not sold on the Padres. The Rockies are a joke.
They've got good pitching. Musgrove's good. He's really good.
He's hurt, right? Isn't he hurt?
Yeah, but he's
Dropped
good.
the weight on his foot. Yeah.
Yeah.
You Darvish is consistent.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Very consistent.
Who's the other guy? They got the. It's gonna bother me. Gore.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the Padres. So
their lineup
the
is
Giants.
sick.
I think the Giants. I'm coming in with an open mind.
Mackenzie Gore. Thank you. I was trying to
Mackenzie
think what his
Gore.
name is.
Blake Snell too. Don't they still
Yeah,
have Blake Snell?
That rotation's pretty solid, like on paper.
But you know what? The Giants beat up on Snell.
Yeah, agreed.
They beat up on him a couple times.
Agreed.
So, by the way, Karl Anthony Towns looked like he may be returning soon. He's going to make his return against the Hawks tonight. He's been out since November 28th. So Minnesota is coming to town on Sunday. And now they have Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, and Karl Anthony Towns alongside Anthony Edwards. Now that game just got bigger for the Golden State Warriors on Sunday.
Mackenzie Gore, by the way, to the Nationals did that Soto trade, so he's not with them.
So he's not with them anymore. Blake Snell. So I'm coming in with an open mind with the Giants. Casey Schmidt, everybody. I'm open to the Giants being successful.
So
I'm not going to rip them at all. I'm going to sit game by game, sit there and assess. I will not freak out over the Giants. I promise you guys.
That's okay. It's a long season. I'm looking at first base right now. You're looking at some combination of Lamont Wade and Jock Peterson. Don't love it, but Jock Peterson hit really well last year. I got to kind of see them both. You could be the biggest anti-Brandon Belt fan there is, anti-Brandon Belt. You got to acknowledge he was a really good defender. And so they're going to take a step back defensively with Lamont Wade and Jock Peterson there. And I worry the biggest issues, pitching and defense. That's what I really worry about this team. And that's why when we talk about someone like Casey Schmidt, I do think it matters that he's an excellent defensive player on a team that doesn't have a lot of those. Estrada tends to boot the ball at second base. Crawford's really good at short, but behind him, you're really thin. Yaz is a decent outfielder.
Where's Casey Schmidt gonna bat?
I don't know, 7 to start off, 7, 8. Like you're not going to start them off if you did go them because you got VR as well. You got Wilmer Flores in the mix somewhere.
I'd rather see Schmidt bat ahead of those guys.
Hence why I want to see him break camp. Like right now, you're looking at some sort of a Conforto, Estrada, I guess Jock Peterson. Maybe Mitch Haniger. Like those are your top of the order guys right now. I know it doesn't.
I'm open-minded to the Giants' success this season.
It doesn't sound great.
I'm not going to be the guy who, because you guys have already painted me in a box, shoe and Lubman, that I hate the Giants.
No one said
so
that.
So I'm going in with an open mind.
No one said that.
Oh, no,
like Yastrzemski cannot bat at the top of this lineup right now.
I agree with that. Like I'm going in with the open mind. Lamont Wade Jr. bounce back season. Could happen. Sean Manaea change the scenery back in the Bay. Could happen. Logan Webb, ace. Could happen.
I feel like it's going to be Jock and J.D. Davis as your DHs right now. J.D. Davis was the guy that they traded for last year. Remember, they got rid of
Darren Ruff.
Thank you. I was trying to think of what his name was, and they got J.D. He's okay. Like he's okay. What?
Warriors Wednesday. Justin Termini, NBA Sirius XM Radio, co-host with Eddie Johnson, will join us at 8:30. 8:30 to talk about the league, the Warriors. Karl-Anthony Towns, this is big for the T-Wolves. He's back now. And this game on Sunday with the Warriors. You may be in baseball mode. We got 9 games left in the regular season in the NBA, and the Warriors fighting for a playoff spot. Now you get Dallas tonight, the Sixers on Friday, and Karl-Anthony Towns is going to be back in the building. Kathmandu killed the Warriors last year. Talk about size. He's a big dude. It's a lot for Looney to handle down low. It's a lot for Draymond Green at this stage of his career. All of a sudden, you got 3 monster games in a row. 2 at Chase Center. Damn. Get some luck around here? Some injury luck?
Well, you would think that maybe GP2 comes back because it feels like they're very optimistic regarding it.
The Giants. The Giants. Okay. Oh, my gosh. The Giants. We're going to fight over baseball. I already see it.
How?
I just know it.
How?
I just know it. Because I just know it. I just know it. The optimism... And then they're going to go in a slump. You're going to go crazy.
No.
I mean, do you remember how we all were with baseball last year, Shasky? It's going to be like that, but like all year.
Wait, how was it?
No,
how was it last year? I don't even remember talking baseball.
We had so many civil, and by civil, I mean completely opposite of that, conversations. We're foaming at the mouth over Tyler Rogers. I mean, that just sets the tone. It's going to be like that for the next 6 months.
Look, here's where my setting is, and I've come to this epiphany. I was so frustrated for so long because we didn't see any young players that I'm getting the first taste of what I hope to be a wave of young players. And maybe I'm too optimistic. Maybe none of them end up coming. But I am open-minded to seeing what some of these young guys from our farm can finally do on the big league club.
I don't believe you whatsoever.
Well, I was optimistic at the end of the last year when I saw David VR play.
Oh, yeah, because they went 18-10 and they beat the Rockies 15 million times in the month of September to go 500.
Joey Bart played much better in the final month of the season.
Nobody watched. Nobody cared. Nobody even went to the game.
Okay. Just because no one watched doesn't mean the guys weren't doing it on the field.
The guys didn't play for anything. All right? September was a joke. And I knew you guys were going to do this right after base. I told you guys. I knew you guys were going to do this. This is what it
beaters. We're saying that they had a good...
September was a joke. Okay, they weren't playing for nothing.
I'm not taking it as they're playing for
nothing. You can make the same argument that you guys make about James Wiseman. James Wiseman, he's playing in a low-pressure situation. There's no pressure on him to play. That's why he's putting up numbers. Same thing with the Giants in September. They were done.
Yeah, that could be true.
They were cooked.
That could be true. But I saw encouraging signs, and I'm hoping that they can translate to this year.
It's coming up on a game sponsored by the law offices of Robert
I want
Goldstein.
My teams to do well.
If
I don't know why that's a bad
thing. IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, who doesn't want their teams to do well?
I mean,
who doesn't want their teams to do well?
I have no idea.
Do you think I want the Giants to openly lose?
I didn't say that.
See, you guys do this stuff, man. I'm trying to uplift the show, man. Get ready for this big game. You guys are telling you, man. It's going to be a long baseball season around here. It's coming up on a game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-88-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. I can see it right now. Giants are 3-9, but Casey Smith hits a walk-off. Let's throw a parade down Market Street. Woo! Casey Smith, let's go!
Today at 4:30.
morning roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. Rain, wind, Warrior losses, fake optimism about the Giants. We're at a bad time in the Bay Area right now. Bad times. Need to be uplifted a little bit. You should read Brandon Ayuk's Twitter timeline. Maybe I'll be uplifted there.
What's going on there?
I mean, we need a Warriors win so bad.
I agree.
And I'm grumpy. And
what happened with Brandon Ayuk yesterday?
I don't know. I asked Twitter. Guess he wants a contract extension. He's a better pure wide receiver than Deebo Samuel. I'll say that. If I had to bet on somebody in the future, I'm betting on Brandon Ayuk over Deebo.
Moving forward? For
better
this
route
team.
Better route runner.
Yeah.
Better hands. Can do a lot more. Deebo's special. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's just pure wide receiver? Sure.
It's interesting how, like, a year later, it does feel like Ayuk is not more impactful, but it does feel like he's solidified himself on the roster. And, like, not that it's redundant, but I feel like the Christian McCaffrey thing for Deebo has maybe made him less valuable. Like, he's still valuable.
Possible.
But it feels like McCaffrey does a lot of things that Deebo was doing for them.
It's very possible.
At a higher level. I don't know. It's interesting. I still want to keep both of them as long as I can.
Carter, you're right. Fastball season hits. Radio Bonte in full effect. Could be a good thing or could be a bad thing. Justin Termini. Sirius NBA XM Radio alongside Eddie Johnson, our main man, 1 to 4 Pacific time, afternoon drive, of course. And Justin, you've been covering the NBA, you're plugged in, and we just got big news that Karl Anthony Towns is back for the Minnesota Timberwolves, and now I'm freaking out about Sunday's game with the T-Wolves and the Golden State Warriors. Good morning, Justin. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about you, fella?
Oh, man, it could be better. You see the Golden State Warriors on the road?
Yeah, well, I know. Well, I don't even go to the games where they're on the road when they're coming to town because you know they're going to end up losing. So I haven't seen them on the road.
Well, the Kyrie and Luka tonight down in Dallas, a pretty important game for both teams, tiebreaker purposes. Worst could say that 6th spot in the Western Conference and avoid that play-in tournament. I just, when you look at this team without Andrew Wiggins, because I think we got to assume that Andrew Wiggins is not coming back at this point. How do you see the season ending if Andrew Wiggins doesn't come back for the Golden State Warriors?
No, it's not going to end like it has 4 out of the last 8 years because last year he was the most important player. And I know that we're waiting some word here on Paul George and whether he's going to be out long term, and it looks like maybe he is. And I guess that's another break for Golden State. But like that's the type of team you just can't face because Wiggins is the guy, just like he was with Tatum last year, is going to be fouled around Kawhi, Paul George. The same thing with you get Phoenix, it's Devin Booker, it's Kevin Durant. You have nobody to guard those guys. Draymond's a fantastic defender, but he can't move his feet on the perimeter like a guy like Wiggins. So, yeah, that's a devastating blow where, again, you're losing the second best player off the championship team last year. Even with him, I don't think they're going far, but that just makes it even more of a guarantee that they won.
So elaborate on that a little more. Let's assume he doesn't come back. What is the ceiling, in your estimation, for the Warriors without Wiggins for the remainder of the year?
Well, so the first, the positive is the Western Conference complete disaster.
Yes.
If they're in the Eastern Conference, there's no way they're getting by any of the top 3 teams. They're probably not getting by Cleveland. I'm not even sure they would get by the Knicks. So it's like the conference is a benefit to them because it's, as far as just ego, I mean, I could see the Lakers winning a couple of series if LeBron comes back healthy with the new additions they made. That's how messy it is. And I'm not confident at the top with Denver because of their defense. Same thing with Sacramento, Memphis. They don't have enough shooting plus the maturity issue. So there's a lot of advantages that you do have with Golden State, but the ceiling is pretty limited just because, again, you're the 6th seed right now. You can't beat, some of the worst teams in the NBA on the road. And then we're going to ask you to go through 4 rounds on the road. You're going to have to go through 4 rounds on the road in order to win a championship, meaning you won't have home court advantage in any of them. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, just saw some struggle against the Houston Rockets on Monday, and the Rockets aren't trying to win games. Justin Termini, Sirius XM Radio, works alongside Eddie Johnson. We'll get to that in a second because I got some questions about Eddie, man. He comes on our show, and he talks that talk.
Oh, God. He's great.
Jordan Poole has been lost, and a lot of people can blame it on what's happened in training camp. Did the Warriors pay Jordan Poole too early, in your opinion?
Yeah, I don't know if they paid him too early, but they paid him was based off offense, though, right?
Right.
So you're not asking him to raise his game defensively before you're hey, listen, we need you to do this in order for you to get compensated. They're like, hey, we're going to give you $100+ million. We're all right with your defense. And, like you brought up Eddie, like he suggested, and it's funny, I give him a hard time because the day after Christmas, Eddie said that maybe they should move Klay Thompson to the bench, put Jordan Poole in the starting lineup because he plays so much better in the starting lineup. And, it makes a little bit of sense from like getting into Poole's like mental state correct. But Klay has taken off since then.
Yeah.
Klay has not been the issue. I think Poole is an issue. I don't think Klay is. Offensively, Klay looks almost as good as he was the last couple of years. Now, maybe he can't do it like, every single night where he's dropping like 30. But, Klay looks very similar. It's Poole to me that has been the issue.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like Eddie, I thought that maybe Klay should go to the bench, and I felt like an idiot since because he went on a massive tear, and I've since recalibrated, and the Jordan thing's odd. I don't know what his value is to the team or outside of the building, if it's bigger. And then I look at someone like Draymond Green, let's say he opts out. How coveted at this state in his career is someone like Draymond Green by other teams in the NBA?
Yeah, I mean, and as you guys know, because you hear it all the time, well, if Draymond was playing on a different team, he wouldn't serve the value. And I think that is the case to some extent. It's not that he's not talented, but he needs the perfect fit. Like, is his buddy LeBron going to bring him into Los Angeles? Like, maybe. Is it another team that's winning? Yes. I think teams that are like, you would think like, all right, maybe he's going to be a good leader. That's what he gets the reputation in Golden State as. But he punched out Jordan Poole. And then, like, think about it. If you bring him to a different organization and things are going sideways, like, he's not going to take blame. He's going to say, well, you need to listen to me, and then you'll have success. So I think he would be a problem in a lot of other locker rooms. So I think it would take, like, a special team to go out and get him. But they're certainly not going to pay him the $30 million thereabouts that Golden State owes him next year. So it'll be interesting to see if, like, he just wants to go somewhere else and maybe take a longer-term deal at less money. He's certainly not getting $30 million anywhere per season.
Hey, Justin, you're on fire right now. Justin Termini, NBA Sirius XM Radio, alongside Eddie Johnson as we're looking at the Golden State Warriors. How strange is the Andrew Wiggins situation?
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen anything like it in the past, and it's, like, difficult to comment on what, like, I can't remember a guy missing this many games for a team, I guess, that had championship aspirations because, like, I even though I don't think they can win, and I don't think you guys probably do, like, I'm sure Steph Curry thinks they can win. I'm sure Steve Kerr does, Draymond, Klay, because they've done it so many times. They think they can flip the switch, and now you're going to have a guy that's out, and it's not because of a physical reason. I can't think of another, like, incident like this in NBA history. I mean, I guess maybe the Ben Simmons thing, where, like, Philadelphia probably thought they had a chance. He's a max player. He's a former All-NBA guy, former All-Star, and he sits out an entire season for something that's not physical. But I can't think of anything, and, like, I'm hesitant to comment and, like, either give him a pass or to rip him. I guess if Golden State's, the players apparently, and they came out in that article in The Athletic where, like, they were supportive. Okay, so then I guess I got to be supportive. I can understand, like, a fan being irate who invests, all their money and all their time into the season, and then they see a guy who doesn't have a physical issue sitting out. But I don't want to comment, like, on whether I approve or disapprove when I don't know what it is.
Interesting. There's a lot there to unpack. Wow. Interesting. As you look at it, we got like a sprint here to the end. If you had to guess right now, assuming Wiggins does not come back, and let's assume GP2 comes back in a couple of games, okay, hypothetically, where can the Warriors finish here in the standings?
Well, I mean, again, we got to wait for this Paul George news because we're only a game behind the Clippers. And I thought the Clippers were starting to play a little bit better as of late, and I was really looking forward to that Suns-Clippers first-round series. I would say, like, you probably, and you guys tell me, would you like, you obviously don't want to fall back into the play-in.
I want 6, Justin. I'll stop you right there.
No part of
I don't want the 5th spot. I don't want to play Eddie Johnson's Suns in the first round. I'm good off that.
Yeah. Yeah, the only way I guess you would say that you would want that is if Durant's not going to be back in time. If Durant's not going to come back, then give me Phoenix over Sacramento. But if Durant's going to be back, then yes, I'd rather face Sacramento. Where again, all these guys can say, like, De'Aaron Fox has never played in a postseason game, right? So, like, and then he's going up against Steph Curry and Klay and Draymond in the first round. You'd at least have the experience advantage.
I was just about to ask you, how legit is Sacramento? Can Memphis make a run in the West? Now it seems like they stabilized their season. They're going to get bring Ja back tonight against the Houston Rockets. How serious is Memphis?
Yeah, well, it's funny because they're 6-1 of their last 7 games without Ja, right? They're playing like really good basketball without Ja. There's 2 issues I have with them. One is their shooting, which they tried to shore up a little bit with Luke Kennard at the trade deadline, and then the other thing, and it's not like they brought in like Larry Bird or Steph, for shooting, so they still have issues. And then the other one is maturity, and we just never see young teams go too deep in the postseason. And like last year, they didn't look good. They lost to you guys in the second round. The first round, they never even finished out of the first round.
Yeah, they looked terrible.
I mean, yeah, that series was like, who wants to win? So, I don't think, and especially if Steven Adams doesn't come back, so I don't anticipate Memphis makes a deep run at all.
I got to ask you about your co-host, Eddie Johnson. He's a phenomenal character. Every time he comes on here, he makes me laugh. Give me like a great Eddie Johnson story that's suitable for air. I need one. Like I need one of like Eddie being Eddie stories from one of his partners.
Okay, well, so I'll give you one that actually took a place out there in Oakland, okay? Because we've been there so many times in person in regards to covering, I guess this is like borderline for air. It kind of makes me look like a psychopath. But Eddie and I call, like, if you see him on Twitter, he calls everybody like idiots and water boys and stoops. Like he's ripping everybody on Twitter. So he's allowed to like say whatever he wants to people. And I call people idiots too when they call up and they say something dumb. So we're out for a finals, okay? We're staying in Oakland. And Eddie and I aren't talking because, you know how it is sometimes with your partner. You've been together for 8 years. You're sick of each other at the end of a long season. So we weren't talking, but we were out to like a team dinner. Some guy walks up to us and he, says to another guy, get away from these idiots, blah, blah, blah. Come back over here. So Eddie, says something like, you going to let that guy call us idiots? So I walk up to the guy and say, you call us idiots? And I didn't realize it was part of a wedding party. So about 6 guys came over. They threw me on a table, again, at a bar in Oakland. Eddie, who's not speaking to me at the time, comes up, defends me. I get behind the guys. I get behind Eddie. They're like, they're nervous because here's like a 6'9", muscular guy threatening to beat him up. And then I get behind him and I say, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You guys are afraid. And we kind of bonded after that.
I love that.
He calls you idiots on Twitter, I see.
Yeah, exactly. And it was funny because somebody that was at the bar called in the next day and said they saw us. So luckily there's no video of it.
How good of a golfer is he?
I've never golfed with him because, again, we're not spending time away from him. If I had to deal with him for more than 3 hours, one of us would be deceased. He's a bigger guy.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there,
Justin, I think you've entered top 10 voices that we've had on this show.
We got to have you
really
back on
like
this
your
show.
voice.
I do, too.
Well, thank you. Now, I wish I was doing this with a couple of females, and they would say the same thing, but they don't. I never get that compliment from the girls, unfortunately.
Hey, man, well, if I was single, I'd help you out there, but I can't. I'm off the market now, Justin. I was a hell of a wingman back in my day. Justin, always good to talk to you, man. You just made me smile, Justin. I needed that.
Tell me I'm a better guest than Eddie. Please.
Hey, yes, I needed that. You are a better guest than Eddie.
Yeah,
damn it. Hell yeah. You come out to Chase and I'll take care of you. We'll get you around some ladies. No doubt about that.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, Justin Termini here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Hell yeah. It got me going. How about the Xfinity Mobile text line? You guys still pissed off at me?
No one's mad at you. It's okay.
The Giants will win 86 games. There, I said it. They're going to win games. They're going to win games. The one thing that's starting to piss me off, really piss me off, is I keep hearing about 81. They won 81 last year. They played really well in September. Come on, man. I knew you guys were going to use that when it got hot in September. I knew that was going to be, well, you know what? They played really well in September. Yeah, they were out of the damn race.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I just, that pisses me off.
Yeah, I'm not holding September up as some like microcosm of what they should be this
year.
You
and Willard, dude, 81 wins, 81 wins. They did Lubman. Well, they did win 81. It's like, oh my god, I'm going to break my computer if I hear that again.
Isn't that the way we look at like the 2014 Niners? Well, they did go 8-8.
Yeah, it's just a joke. It's a joke. I'm looking at the schedule. They lost. They got swept Colorado twice. Colorado stunk. Arizona, but, Justin Termini was really good. We talked some basketball.
Yeah.
We got Central Virginia basketball. Why aren't people fired up about that?
Did you notice his Andrew Wiggins answer there? Did that, I don't know, did you think about something there when he was giving his answer?
Think about what?
Well, it was just interesting. Like, it sounds like we've felt this way, and I think we've expressed this on the air. It's like we're very uncomfortable discussing the situation due to the sensitivity of what's going on right now, but it's impossible to not try to quantify his loss on the court, right? And so we have a difficult time discussing the Wiggins thing because of the privacy off the court.
Right.
But yet it's very, very, very difficult to foresee an opportunity for the Warriors to win and be treated as a contender when he's not on the floor.
Yeah.
And so, like this is such a unique situation.
Right.
Were this a lost season or whatever,
Right.
I don't think there would be, and it would just take as much time. But I do think that there's, and I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying I do think that they're starting to see some momentum of people like, hey, like, are you coming back? We would like to know, are you coming back? And I'm not saying they're wrong, because that's how people feel and stuff. No one's asking for explanations on why. We're saying when. And I don't even know if that's fair to ask as out loud, because I feel uncomfortable even saying that out
Yeah,
loud.
I don't feel comfortable because of what happened last week on Twitter, because people jumped at a tweet without listening to the show and not listening to the conversation that we had for the first time in the entire situation about Andrew Wiggins. He's been gone for over a month. He didn't play in the last game before the All-Star break against the LA Clippers. And Steve Kerr was on the show. Bob Myers, you heard him on the executive show with Shiny Goo. Yeah, we expect him to be back. We expect him to be back sooner rather than later. And then the tone has changed over and over and over again. And so,
what was the tone initially?
We expect him to come back at some point.
Yeah.
Now it's, we hope he comes back.
Yeah.
We just don't know. And it's 9 games left. And so now with 9 games left, and we're not saying that Andrew Wiggins is the best player on the team.
No, but
if you took Draymond Green off this team,
exactly,
you're not winning anything. You need all these parts.
Yes.
They all go together.
Yeah.
They all fit like a puzzle, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Clay,
I was going to say, he's one of a couple. I think Curry you'd throw in there too, and Draymond to a degree. He's one of the guys that he kind of works with a lot of different lineup variations. So I think he's got he's like a bridge player. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm saying he's so uniquely skilled that he works with so many different lineups. I do think that he connects the starting lineup to some of the bench lineups and back and forth. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Your second unit's now with Jordan Poole and Wiggins, where he comes back and starts balling. So now fans, and this is where fans, I trust me, man, I've been doing this job for a long time. I love when the fans have a voice. Some fans are just absolutely insane, but there's a lot of fans who are, and I guarantee you this, there's a lot of people in the Warriors organization who probably are thinking, boy, what if he doesn't come back? What do we do long-term with him? That's unfair. I don't even want to put that out there. But you don't think somebody's thinking that in the Warriors organization? Somebody's thinking about that, saying, what if he doesn't come back? What do you do about next season?
I mean, Bonte, fair or not, the reality that I've seen, and I'm not saying I feel this way. I want to make sure this is very clear.
Yeah, I don't feel like that.
But I
feel like, hold on, let me put this out there before somebody twists my words, because it always happens. I do not feel like Andrew Wiggins owes me or anybody an explanation for what he's doing. He's out.
No.
But as a fan, and fans think, boy, his impact could really use Andrew Wiggins. What's going on here? And out of curiosity, because we do it with everything. Actors, athletes, whoever.
I mean, TMZ Sports is killing it for a reason. And I don't.
6'9", Tekashi 6'9" got beat up in the gym yesterday, and they had that video.
I know. Did you see the shooter at the trial, like winking at the family?
Yeah,
it was disgusting.
it's disgusting.
It was really sad.
But
I mean,
it's
super
sad. It's hard not to let your mind drift about Andrew Wiggins saying, what if he doesn't come back? Then what? From a basketball sense. Not privately. I hope he's good privately.
Yeah,
Again, we want to emphasize that.
Yeah.
Privately, we hope he's good. We hope his mentals are good, whatever he's going through. But from a basketball sense, because we talk basketball all the time. We throw people in trades all the time. We do hypotheticals all the time in sports. Hypothetically, if he doesn't come back this season, how does that impact next season with Andrew Wiggins? How does that impact the organization, the players on the team? That's fair.
I do think that's fair to speculate. I'm saying this isn't how I feel, but I've seen a lot of rhetoric and heard in real time from people that are like, yo, like, if he doesn't come back, which we get it, but like there's consequences where this season will be a dust up and a wrap, and it could be Draymond's final season with the Warriors.
Yeah.
And that would really suck long term. Like we understand what's going on is more serious than basketball. But at the same time, like as a Warrior fan, you get a lot of joy from this team. It would pull the carpet out from underneath what I call the toy department of life, which is sports. Like, hey, my favorite team wouldn't have their player that they desperately need to back up a championship, and that's Draymond's final season. Like, and again, I'm not comparative shopping here. I'm just saying what people are telling me.
Right. Nah, it's It's a weird
It
situation,
does
man.
feel, and all I'm going off of is the sound of hearing players and people connected with the team. It does feel like there has been a climate change, and it went from, he will be back, or it feels like he'll be back at some point, to now the way I'm trying to operate is he's not coming back.
Right. No, I'm it's sad. And they got to win this game tonight. They have to win this game tonight.
Well,
and because
what kind
Philadelphia
of
on
shape's he in when he
Friday
comes back, too?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to ramp up. I don't even know if he's in the city. Is he out of state? Is he in the state?
Don't know anything.
Don't know.
Don't know anything.
Don't know a damn thing.
I don't know.
But you look at this game tonight. You have to win it. Like a 2-3 road trip feels so good, considering what their road record has been and where they've been at, the 11-game road losing streak that got snapped on Monday. Now you win tonight. You're 2-3 on the road on this 5-game road trip. You come back home. You play a tough Philadelphia team. They're going to come in here. Sixer fans all over the place. That's going to be a tough game to win with Embiid and Harden and Maxey playing so well. Then you play Minnesota on Sunday. And all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, Anthony Edwards may not play. Karl-Anthony Towns may not play. All of a sudden, Karl-Anthony Towns is back tonight. And Anthony Edwards is day-to-day. All of a sudden, that game got tougher. You got OKC coming up. Like, these last 9 games are not easy. Nothing's guaranteed for this basketball team, especially without Andrew Wiggins. You hope to get GP2 back. But obviously, it hasn't been enough without those guys.
No.
And you don't even have Iguodala for 15 minutes. I know we only played 8 games, but damn, you don't even have Iggy.
So yesterday, I saw you put out a tweet regarding the timeline for Iggy.
Yeah, he's out. He's going to be reevaluated in another month.
And then you said something about April 15th is the start of the playoffs?
April 15th. No, April 9th is the start of the playoffs.
Okay, April 9th.
So would it be early in the first round when they reevaluate Andre Iguodala?
And that's just a reevaluation.
That's just a reevaluation.
Now, they're always different, but like, what would you say that the majority of them, like, even if they reevaluate, on the optimistic side, it's an extra couple days to a week, right?
Yeah.
For most of these like reevaluations when it comes to the Warriors. I believe Curry, they reevaluated most recently, and then I think he came back like 3 days later or something.
Yeah, something like that. 3-4 days later.
So even if you want to be super optimistic and push it hard with Iguodala, it does feel like a stretch that he'll be available for the first round.
Yep.
That's a stretch.
It's a stretch.
So let me ask you my next question on the roster. Does that make he can be reactivated in the second round? Because remember, GP2 wasn't active for the Western Conference Finals, but then came back for the finals?
For the finals, he'll be active. Yeah.
And you have to designate that before the series starts? Mm-hmm. You can't do game to game?
You can't. You should be able to do game to game.
I don't know.
If he's on the roster,
I don't.
You don't have enough spots. You should be able to do that. That's an Anthony Slater question, but I believe you should be doing that because I don't recall what happened with GP2. I know he was just out.
Yeah.
I don't know if they added a player for that roster spot, how much money that takes, or how much money that cost you. But he was back for the finals because I believe he was on a roster. Justin Termini, here's what he had to say about the Andrew Wiggins situation and how strange it is.
I've never seen anything like it in the past, and it's like difficult to comment on what. Like, I can't remember a guy missing this many games for a team, I guess, that had championship aspirations. Because, like, I even though I don't think they can win, and I don't think you guys probably do, I'm sure Steph Curry thinks they can win. I'm sure Steve Kerr does, Draymond, Clay, because they've done it so many times. They think they can flip the switch, and now you're going to have a guy that's out, and it's not because of a physical reason. I can't think of another incident like this in NBA history. I mean, I guess maybe the Ben Simmons thing, where Philadelphia probably thought they had a chance. He's a max player. He's a former All-NBA guy, former All-Star, and he sits out an entire season for something that's not physical. But I can't think of anything, and I'm hesitant to comment and either give him a pass or to rip him. I guess if Golden State's, the players apparently, and they came out in that article in The Athletic where they were supportive, okay, so then I guess I got to be supportive. I can understand a fan being irate who invests, all their money and all their time into the season, and then they see a guy who doesn't have a physical issue sitting out. But I don't want to comment on whether I approve or disapprove when I don't know what it is.
It's Justin Termini, Sirius XM Radio. He also was asked about the ceiling without Andrew Wiggins.
It's not going to end like it has 4 out of the last 8 years, because last year he was the most important player. And I know that we're waiting some word here on Paul George and whether he's going to be out long term, and it looks like maybe he is. And I guess that's another break for Golden State. But that's the type of team you just can't face, because Wiggins is the guy, just like he was with Tatum last year, is going to be fouled around Kawhi, Paul George. The same thing with you get Phoenix, it's Devin Booker, it's Kevin Durant. You have nobody to guard those guys. Draymond's a fantastic defender, but he can't move his feet on the perimeter like like a guy like Wiggins. So yeah, that's a devastating blow where, again, you're losing the second best player off the championship team last year. Even with him, I don't think they're going far, but that just makes it even more of a guarantee that they won.
That's humbling. That is humbling. Where are you laughing?
Just a group thread, just text
you see
messages.
that?
Yes,
You see
text
that?
messages coming in. Not this situation.
You knew the team employee. Then let me shut up. I'm not going to go there.
We're way inside, and I apologize.
Yeah,
That's my fault because I saw it last second.
No. It's okay.
That's my fault.
It's all good. Just don't reply.
I have no idea.
You know,
it's an inside joke.
It's he brought up Ben Simmons regarding the Wiggins thing, and I hate when we do this in society, comparative shopping. You went through this, and this guy went through that, or this family went through that, and look how they reacted versus how you. Like, how people deal with stuff in their life is how each one of us deals with stuff. Like, you're a product of your environment and the people surrounding you, and how Bonte reacts to something that happens in his life is not how I will react. Sometimes we'll overlap and have similar reactions. I did think we went overboard on Ben Simmons, just in general. And I don't want to, again, I'm not comparing severities of what people are going through. That's not what I'm getting at. But what I'm saying is that I think the media, the fans, etc., just crush the soul of Ben Simmons. Now, we can argue about professionalism and his mental state of mind and all those things, and it's very difficult to get inside his head. I'm not here to do that. There was also a physical ailment where it was his back and whatnot. We destroyed Ben Simmons. And in a weird way, it reminded me of that Britney Spears episode from South Park. I don't know if you remember that.
Nah.
Where it felt like we had to get our pound of flesh as a society on Ben Simmons. And it never really sat right with me.
No, I mean, we did crush. And George Kittle, we're going to play some sound. George Kittle was on the podcast and discussed the mentals when people post clips of a player failing and looking bad and how that could affect somebody's mentals instead of uplifting them. And that's, I guess you got to be mentally tough. My mentals have been shaken. Last Wednesday, we sent out a show tweet about Andrew Wiggins. It wasn't worded properly, but the conversation was, hey, how do the fans feel about Andrew Wiggins? And we waited a month. We had not talked about it. And for people to come at Shasky and I the way they did, I was angry. I was angry at certain, I was angry. Mm-hmm. Because I thought people looked at a tweet and said, oh, show us, yeah, Bonte, Joe, they just yell.
Like we were being reckless.
Yeah. We have never been reckless on the show. We respect everybody's mentals, everybody's privacy, and we respected Andrew Wiggins. That bothered me because all I try to do is do a great job on this show. All we try to do is be entertaining every single day
and be true to ourselves.
And be true to ourselves and just be fans.
Others.
And be fans.
Yeah.
We're not going to try to hurt Andrew Wiggins or anybody.
And believe me, we're not perfect.
And people still came down our road. Some clown wrote an article about me talking about, hey, you're going to lose your job next. It's like, damn. Don't even know me, dude.
Well,
so it's so to that point, I do have empathy about athletes, what they have to go through in today's age. Some fans are just irrational.
I don't want to equate what we do to professional sports, but it's small. We're on if there was a ladder, they're at the top, and we're all the way at the very bottom in terms of criticism. But I'll be the first to admit it, and I hear a lot of people. I don't care what others think. I do. I want to be liked. I want the audience to like me. When I see people in the YouTube chat that are trolling and stuff, I'd be lying if I said that it doesn't hurt me. It does. It bothers me. To some level, do I have to ignore it? Of course I do. But I would also admit that, come on, man. I don't like when people come at my family. They come at my physical appearance. They come at you or your physical appearance or stereotypes or things like that. And I'm not here to say that I'm perfect. Believe me, I know that we put ourselves in these positions and part of it is the criticism that comes with it. I understand that. But I also understand that there's a level of sensitivity that I have as a human being, and I struggle really hard with facing the criticism. And I'd be lying if I didn't say, when people write articles about us, I read every comment. You and I went, this was fun. We went up against each other in a bracket.
Right.
And I said to you guys in the thread, I admitted it. I'm like, I don't want to lose to Bonte in this bracket. We're in this stupid little bracket online, and it's so niche. It's niche, and it's people listening to have no idea what we're talking about. There's a media bracket, and I'm like, I want to win because I want to be liked by people, and I want people to like our show and bring more people into the tent and be successful. Who doesn't want to be good at what they do? And when I see people criticize the show, A, I try to listen, is that a valid critique, number one, and B, can we get better? Can we grow? And how can I win that person over?
Right.
Right? And so I can't even imagine being a Ben Simmons or being someone like Mike McGlinchey who's being crushed online for their play. if I feel it, I don't know how these guys do it. I really don't. I really don't know how they go through it.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and ASU1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Now, I told you about the bracket. I didn't even bring it up that I beat you. I don't care. I don't care. I think it was an honor just to be part of the bracket.
Well, I agree with that.
People recognize that.
But on,
whether
on a teasing level between two of us,
yeah, no, I knew you took it
wanted to win.
I know you wanted to win bad.
And I admit those things.
Yeah, but I personally don't care.
But that's
when
who I am.
people rip us,
that's who I am.
Well, see, here's the problem that I have with the job.
What's that?
Okay, here's the thing. And athletes can't do it either. And we can't do it.
What's that?
People rip us online. I like to talk trash.
Yeah, you like to have fun.
I come from the inner city, public schools, where if you don't learn how to talk back, you're going to get roasted even more.
Absolutely.
So you had to learn how to talk back.
Cap back.
So my problem is when people do clap at me, I'll go into the YouTube chat and clap back. And then people say, well, you got to be above that. You do this or you do that. Why did the rules change? Why can't I just be normal like the rest of the people and talk back? Well, I love clapping back. And if you got the balls to clap at me, let me clap back and don't judge me for doing it. That's what I like to do. So now I just take a step back off of Twitter because people say things about me. They've been saying things about me since the afternoon delight. I don't care. I don't give a damn no more, personally. That's why I don't read the comments. I don't bother with it. But I like to clap back. Mm-hmm. And there's always a problem. Oh, Bonte, you too mean, man. Why you clapping back? You're a bully, blah, 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 blah. That's not fair. That's a double standard. It's a double standard. There's a lot of double standards in this game, in life, in the media, and with athletes. So that's, it's all good. You can clap at me, but I'm going to clap back. That's me personally. But best believe, I don't really give a damn what you have to say about me.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt some people.
I want to be liked.
Like
I want to be liked, and I think I am liked.
Yeah.
And I love talking to people, fans, and everything like that. But it's turn to the Xfinity Mobile text line, or somebody says something in the comment section or a chat. I don't care.
I know you don't. But
just don't come at my family.
Well,
that's off limits.
So this is where I'm going with this. So like all this stuff that's surrounding Wiggins, and I know that it's gone absolutely wild online in terms of speculation, which is so unfair. And I think about my family. My dad feels like the need to defend me in comment sections on Facebook, and I tell him every week. I have the same conversation with him every week. Dad, don't get in the comment section arguing with people. I struggle at it. I can't have you doing it. And then you're making yourself a target. You're going to say something that you regret. It's going to be a poor reflection on us as a family. And you know why he does it? Because he loves me and he really cares about me. Now put yourself in like Mike McGlinchey's family's face as people are destroying. And I've taken runs at Mike McGlinchey, and it's part of the give and take. And I think some is fair, some isn't. To me, it's the personal stuff. That's the part where I draw the line. And that's where I think this Wiggins thing, I'm fascinated by how we're covering it. I feel like the media in general has avoided the personal stuff.
Yep.
And now what we've tried to do is navigate not the personal stuff, navigate the basketball stuff.
But let me say this, because I heard Kyrie Irving the other night, and he blamed the media for the Ja Morant stuff. Oh, the media overblew it. The media. I don't see the media posting pictures about Ja Morant being 10 years old. That's fans. I don't see the media cooking up videos about Ja Morant being Cambridge for 8 miles.
It was him in his Instagram. He put it out there publicly.
The fans, too.
Yes, agreed.
Same thing. The fans are the ones investigating Andrew Wiggins and coming up with these erroneous rumors.
Yes.
That's not the media. That's the fans. So that's my problem sometimes. It's like just personal stuff in private. A lot of fans will come at you and say, hey, man, Andrew Wiggins, that's off limits. But it's a lot of fans who are asking the questions about Andrew Wiggins, and a lot of fans could put up the rumors. So that's...
How many DMs do we get per day sending us stuff online?
All the time.
Wiggins, Debo, Ayuk, McGlinchey, like B. My DMs are filled with people, and I love that they send me stuff, and I try to acknowledge every person who reaches out to us. But like that's what we do, and I think the hard part now is you have traditional media that came up the old school way. I did not. I'm probably one of the more new hybrid, media people, and then you have fan blogs, fan sites, and I don't view them lesser than. I just think it's a different perspective. That's the way I view them because that's how I came up, and I appreciate their voice at the table. Where I think it gets reckless is the lack of accountability. If I say or do something that crosses the line, I could get fired. And I know because I've heard from people, Damon, who told me day one, Joe, you're either going to get fired for saying too much or not enough. And he is right. Every time we even get as close to that line as possible, I worry about getting in trouble. And that's why when our thing happened about a week ago online, I was worried. It's like that misrepresented the conversation,
Right. Well,
number one, and it was taken completely out of context, and it was a poorly worded tweet. But at no point have we crossed into the personal of Andrew Wiggins. I've truly tried to avoid that because I know in my own small little universe, I don't want people coming in my family.
I'm not going to lie. I was worried for the first time in a long time. Because of what I do on television, representing the Warriors, representing the station.
Why would you jeopardize that?
Face. And so for people to come down our roads about that poorly worded tweet, which didn't represent the conversation that we had, and we had a great conversation. We took a lot of calls about it. Everybody was respectful of Andrew Wiggins. But all of a sudden, I start getting finger pointers like, boy, is your job going to be happy about this? Or NBC, and I'm thinking like, damn. Oh, what's next? What's next?
Well, and I think the hard part is this because I have a lot of friends.
That was tough.
No, I'm thank you for sharing, and I felt bad for you on a variety of levels because of that. Because that didn't represent the conversation. I have a lot of friends that aren't on social media, and I'm so envious of them in many aspects.
I am too.
The good and bad of this is that I have to be on social media for the brand, which I hate hearing, but there is a reality to that. It's nice to be able to reach out, and the majority of people interact the right way. The majority of people I interact with online are doing it the right way. But there's a cesspool out there, and I know there's a lot of people listening right now. This is why I'm not on social media, and boy, I envy them in a variety of ways. But part of us having the jobs that we have, which we're so blessed and so lucky, is I got to deal with some of the negative parts of social media, and this is part of that.
Well, you know what? When this is all said and done and this run is over, I will be off social media. Because it's not real life, and social media is ruining a lot of things. It's ruining sports. It's ruining the way we converse, the way we interact. It's ruining everything. Let's go to Joe real quick in San Jose. Joe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, hey, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
I swear to God.
You
know what? Bye-bye, Joe. It's not today. I'm going to say this, and you guys may be trolling, but when you call the station, whether you call Stein Guru, Willard or Dibs, whoever you call, we can hear you.
From here on
out? If we bring you on the air, we can hear you. There's way too many callers. I don't know what the hell's going on in the last few years, but there's too many people saying, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. We're bringing you on the air. We can hear you. I hate to be that guy right now.
No.
I'm a little aggravated. We can hear you.
Can we steal the Pete Franklin? Can we flush them down the toilet? If you come in and ask, can you hear me? We're just going to flush you. I'm ready to do it. Or throw them in Alcatraz. There we go. Bye-bye. From now on.
I'm just gone. If you say, can you hear me? I'm hanging up on you.
Last thing. There are people reaching out to me regarding our signal right now. Can you relay to some of the
our main signal got washed away with the rain and got a little damage with the rain and the wind last night, so our signal's rough right now. So go to YouTube and download the Odyssey app. You can listen to us right there. YouTube, you can see what we're wearing. Giants wearing all Giants gear. I've got the Jim Barnett hoodie on, the Book of Barnett. He'll be on the call tonight with Tim Roy on 95.7 The Game down in Dallas. Pre-game live, Warriors live begins at 3:30. So YouTube, Twitch, or the Odyssey app. Sorry about the signal, folks. Barry in Philly, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Barry?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, just a little thing on the Andrew Wiggins situation. Two things. Either the rumors, I don't mean to be insensitive, but either the rumors are absolutely true or Andrew Wiggins, he doesn't want to play anymore.
No, let's not go down that road. We don't want to go to. We just had a 25-minute conversation.
And you went right back
about
down
how
the
we don't
road.
want to go down that road.
Selective listening. Not today, man. Not today.
Nope.
Nope, not going to do it.
Can't tell you.
What's coming up on the game brought to you by Bay Street Emeryville. Come meet an elite group of Bay Area college basketball heroes at Bay Street Emeryville's Bay Break Dining Terrace. Grand opening event this Saturday at 2 p.m. Food, fun, local heroes, community support, basketball. Gary St. Jean? Yeah. Guru? Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. More coming up on the roast.
Wow.
Today at 4:30, the Warriors take on the Mavs in the biggest game of the year.
Clay takes it off.
Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Jordan Poole. Whoo! It's a big game tonight. Dallas. Kyrie, Luka, questionable. I'm looking at the injury report right now, Shasky. Injury report was just updated here. Let me refresh. Because the NBA comes out with their injury report, and they update it every hour. So in the last hour, Golden State Warriors, probable. Draymond Green, out Andre Iguodala, probable Kevon Looney. He's going to play. Draymond to play. Dallas, questionable. Tim Hardaway Jr., illness, non-COVID. Luka Doncic, questionable, left thigh strain. Kyrie Irving, right foot soreness. They're all questionable. 3 guys, 3 of their main cogs, questionable tonight. We'll have that injury report. Markieff Morris, he's questionable as well. I don't even think he really plays for Dallas too much.
Yeah.
I don't think he plays a lot. So, big injuries here, and the Warriors could definitely use a win.
Yeah,
could definitely, look at their schedule real quick, and we're going to have some fun here over the next 30 minutes before we sign off. Their schedule now with Karl Anthony Towns back. And you can say he's soft or whatever, but he's a big boy, and the Warriors need size. Dallas, Philadelphia, Minnesota, the Pelicans on Tuesday, San Antonio Friday, which should be a gimme. Popovich may just give you that game.
Can I even say that this year?
The Spurs are not trying to win games.
No, I hear you.
They were up 29 against Memphis, and Pop said, call the dogs off. We got to go get Victor
his
Wembanyama.
best coaching job ever?
Exactly. Denver, Oklahoma City. Damn. Sacramento, and then Portland, who's not trying to win. They're about to shut down Dame Dollar, and Dame Dollar sounds like he wants out. So that's 2 wins. I'll give the Warriors 2 wins in the next 9 games. San Antonio, Portland. Where's the other wins coming from? Where's the other wins coming from?
A prayer and a hope.
You can go 5-4 over the next 9. That'll get you in the playoffs and maybe get you in the top 6.
I'm done. I told you, I'm done trying to predict this team because every time I feel like I've got them figured out one way or the other, I'm wrong. Right? Like, they've turned the corner. No, they haven't. Oh, they are really bad and they're going to miss the playoffs. No, that's not true either. So, I don't know. If they could somehow find a way to get Clay and Curry going again like they did against Houston, boy, that'd be nice.
Yeah, no doubt. Chill, Bonte. This is a great way to encourage new callers to call in. Make them frightened that you're going to drop the call because they don't know if they can hit you or not. Nice work, guys. 610. Mobile text. I'm just saying, we can hear you guys. Whenever you call in, we can hear you. You don't need to say, hey, can you hear me? Because that's happening way too much over the last few months.
Yeah.
I just don't have patience for it today.
Yeah.
Today's a bad day for me. I don't know why.
Last year, what was the slogan for the Warriors? Gold-blooded?
Gold-blooded.
Gold-blooded?
Strength in numbers. Gold-blooded.
I think it was, let me see, I have it written down here. I believe for them there was another.
While you look for that, I want to read this tweet real quick. 408, or text, excuse me. 408. I think the vast majority of Warrior fans completely respect Wiggins' privacy.
I do too.
We're just super sad because we want to see him play.
Yeah.
He's so fun to watch play, and we miss it. And I'm with you, 408.
I agree with that.
He's such a fun player to watch. Between the leg dribble, step back jumper that he stole from Penny Hardaway. The yams out people. He plays solid defense. I mean, like watching him, and I watch the game sometime from the tunnel. That game 6 against Memphis last year in the playoffs. Watching Looney and Wiggins bang on the glass against Steven Adams and Brendan Clark. Grown man basketball at his finest, the highest level. I miss watching Wiggins play.
I do too.
He played with so much joy. Like we talked to him during the finals, game 6, after they clinched it. He's smiling ear to ear saying, I've never been on a team like this. I love the environment. He was so happy.
I know. It seemed like he was
so happy. I
happy.
missed that smile.
And the fit was there both on and off the court, it felt like.
I'm with you, 408.
You know, when he's sitting there with the championship and his whole family's there and Draymond's family's there, it felt like we were watching these guys go from boys to men, didn't it?
Right, it did.
And especially someone like him who had just such a, I would say, screwy start to his NBA career. You don't even play a basketball game and LeBron James shipping you out of town. You want to talk about the mental psyche. Like the fact that he had the toughness to not crumble after all of that is super impressive. I'm with you. B, I was thinking, I think the year they traded for him, the campaign was Joy and Buckets.
It wasn't a lot of buckets.
Do you remember that one?
I don't remember. I'm not
Eric
good with the
Pascal,
slogans.
he could get buckets.
But go ahead. Hit me with the slogans because I know you guys were talking about slogans with the Giants. They had terribles. I do remember that one. What was it? game up.
Oh yeah, that was last year.
And it was like game off
every
by the
year.
fourth inning.
It feels like
Stole that from the 5-1-0.
I like that. Every year it feels like the A's, the Giants, the Niners, the Warriors, they come up with these advertisements, these slogans, if you will.
Right.
Okay? And in 1971, the Giants did the Year of the Fox. I don't even know what the hell that means, but basically
they did that when?
In 1971. That was like their
The Year of
first
Fox.
real campaign.
That was for manager Charlie Fox, who took a not very good Giants team to a surprise playoff appearance where they lost to the
Year of
Pittsburgh
Fox.
Pirates.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let me give you some of the other good ones over the years, which and now it went away. Darn it. I think I just there it is. Okay. Take a giant step and go. 82-83. Come on, Giants, hang in there. 1984.
They didn't. How many games they win that year?
Not many. That was obviously they lost 100 back-to-back, I believe.
Right.
And then real grass, real sunshine, real baseball. 85, 100-loss season.
Wow.
Woo! 86, Will Clark, Robbie Thompson. You gotta like these kids. I remember that one. Do you remember that one?
I do remember that one.
Here's
they had dope commercials too.
Here's probably the best era. Hum Baby, let's do it again. Because of obviously Roger Craig. The Hum Baby Giants were, I think, a lot of people's favorite Giants version of the 80s.
So from 83 to 85, Giants lost 83 games, then they lost 96, then they lost 100. Boy, they were going downhill quick.
And then Hum Baby, let's do it again. 1987, 88. I feel good. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Remember those commercials?
Yep. Oh, I love those commercials.
I've got a Giants attitude. Remember the Will Clark silhouette with the eye black?
Yep.
All right. Now, as we get kind of toward the 90s, Tell It Goodbye. Final season of Giants Candlestick. Remember that one?
I do.
I have one of those hats still. What's your favorite in the last, I don't know, 15, 20 years?
I don't know.
I think It's Magic Inside, 2010. It's about as good as it gets.
It's Magic Inside.
Didn't it feel like magic when you went to the ballpark in that era? Lincecum, Posey, Panda.
They won the division on the last day of the season.
It was magical going to those games.
I mean, it was such a storybook season, too, that it fit the slogan. Like, the slogan itself was good. The season that accompanied the slogan kind of made it better. Like, they played off of each other really well.
I guess. Yeah, sure. I mean...
You didn't really, nah.
I mean, it was fun at the park. It was fun in 2010. Magic Inside. I wasn't buying the slogan. I was like, man, Lincecum's magical.
Yeah. Together we're giant.
Barry Zito wasn't. Together we're giant. It's probably the best of the best.
Okay.
Together we're giant is probably... It's a good time out with the Warriors is a good slogan.
It was a great one.
And it wasn't a good time
2000,
out. Yeah,
one of my favorites.
It was. The
Chicks
commercials
dig the
were
long
great.
ball for the Oakland A's. That was a good one.
That was good.
There's been a lot of good ones. So this is what this year's slogan is.
It
and you
doesn't
tell
get
me,
more SF. Torture. Torture was the best one.
What
What's
year was
that
Torture?
slogan?
I don't know.
I guess it was just something
That was
we did.
2010 as well. That was the unofficial one.
Yeah,
I like the unofficial ones.
Yeah, I agree
the
with that.
unofficial torture slogan was better
These
than
are
the
the
official
club
one.
campaigns.
There's magic inside.
It did feel magical.
I mean, it did in September.
It did feel magical. All right. Last year was Game Up. We all agree. Dud, right? I'll unveil this year's.
Yeah.
I drove by the park this morning on my way to work, which I do every day. There's a white Brandon Crawford poster on two ends of the stadium.
Yeah.
And I go, whoa. And then I got to the next red light and I said, I got to pull my phone out. I'm going to take a picture. Brandon Crawford, and here's your slogan for the 2023 Giants. Nothing like it.
Or like, I don't like it.
I got the Giants finishing in second place in the NL West, personally.
Really?
To be honest with you.
They're going to have to
You
win
guys-
90, don't you think?
They could win 88 and get in second. All right, Giants finishes second.
What do you think of that slogan? Because last year we laughed at Game Up.
Yeah, they
Nothing
needed,
like it?
We've got to do better.
Can we hire a new
We've
creative
gotta-
team?
We've got to do better.
I mean,
nothing
like it.
I mean, I drive by Oracle Park all the time, and I look up, and I'm just like, gosh.
Remember Gamer? When they had the Aaron Rowan? The year they signed Rowan? it was Gamer.
These are terrible.
I know.
Like Magic Inside, Game. These are awful. I'm not. Look, man. These are bad slogans.
No, they are.
You
I
can't.
agree.
You can't. I can't even sugarcoat it.
No, I agree. What's your favorite slogan of all the ones over the years?
Torture.
Torture's
It's
good.
unofficial.
Yeah, unofficial.
Did they have Forever Giant before?
Giants attitude? Hum Baby? Hum Baby's classic.
These are not. Hum Baby, okay.
Tell
Hum
It
Baby.
Goodbye was great. 99.
Tell It Goodbye. Telling Candlestick
Yeah,
Park
I mean,
goodbye.
that was nostalgic.
That was bad.
You know?
I mean, that was good. That was good. The rest of these are just, oh my gosh. We can't do any better.
If you were running the Giants,
nothing like it.
Who would be the guy that you would be putting on the posters?
There's nothing like it. There's nothing like failing Carlos Correa for a physical. There's nothing like missing out on Aaron Judge. There's nothing like having a $173 million payroll with guys who are already banged up. There is nothing like it. You're right, Giants. There's nothing like it. I'm starting to warm up to it. You're right. There's nothing like having 7 number 5 starters in your starting rotation. There's nothing like it. You know what? You're right, Giants. I can warm up to this.
It would be funny if the next slogan, it says there's nothing like it, and it's Farhan at a computer dialing up the MS-DOS like back in the day. And then you've got mail.
There's nothing like it. Having the GM telling us that Connor Joe's the dude.
Oh, dude.
He actually playing well in Colorado.
My slogan would be, I'm ready for Casey Schmidt. That's a joke. That's a joke.
It should. No,
that's a joke.
It's nothing like it. Pumping up the one prospect we have. Because the other one we talked about all season long. Oh, Kyle Harrison. You guys. Oh, my gosh. Kyle Harrison. Oh, thank God we don't do a cross-talk with Mark Willard. Kyle Harrison. He's not even starting with the Billy Club.
Do the slogans, do they even matter to people?
Not to me, personally. But I've been desensitized.
No, that's true.
Because I've done the media thing and I've been in the press. So I don't.
Quest for 6 was a thing for the Niners. And it felt like that got a little stale.
It did.
I don't know, every year.
Faithful to the Bay.
Yeah, faithful to the Bay, and that's kind of been on a lot of their merchandise since the Raiders have left.
Yep.
So I don't know. I'm just asking out loud if those things even matter. I do think "Together We're Giant" was a good one. "Forever Giant" slogan was a pretty good
Giant's
one.
not bad.
How about "Say Hey" in the early 2000s?
I do like "Say Hey."
It's a good one.
And I always love the "Say Hey" song.
I do
Say
too.
Hey.
Say who?
Say hey.
Willie.
Yeah, they need to play that more.
Come to town.
That made me cry at the end of that documentary.
Dude, it's so good.
It's me. These slogans, man.
Who would you put on the poster?
Game Up last year was by far the worst.
I agree. Horrible. Who would you put on the slogan? Like, who's the face? Kapler? Right now, it's Crawford.
So the slogan again this year is
Logan Webb.
Put Casey Schmidt up there. What do you got to lose?
The A's used to have great commercials.
They had better commercials.
They had way better. I remember there was one where it was Eric Chavez, and I believe it was Eric Chavez bending over, him or Zito bending over, and like all the females in the bleachers like screaming, and like it was him grabbing the rosin bag or something.
No, wait, let me see the slogan again. I'm gonna look at it with Brady Crawford.
Yeah, can you see it?
Nothing like it. Yeah, it's nothing like having your starting shortstop already dealing with knee issues before the season. And I love you, Pete Craw. That's nothing like signing Mitch Haniger to big money and knowing that he's not going to be at Yankee Stadium swinging a bat.
I did like
Casey Schmidt should be up here. You know what? Put Casey Schmidt up there.
I do like the gold-blooded last year for the Warriors. I thought that was really cool, and it coincided with them obviously winning. But I thought that was a good campaign.
Has there been a better slogan than Strength in Numbers?
Strength in Numbers might be
in the Bay Area.
Well, We Believe became their unofficial.
We Believe, yeah.
It became their unofficial slogan, and I still think that might be like the creme de la creme.
Right. We believe. We believe. Drew down. You didn't talk to B. Craw like this at the gay house. I didn't. I have respect for being.
Mathematically, we have a chance.
Brandon Crawford's a great Giant, but damn it, he's already dealing with knee pain.
Well,
it's like it's sad.
Yeah.
Crawford's a good dude. I got no problem with Crawford. I can't slander him. He's had some big moments in the Giant. He's been a classic Giant.
But remember,
and he grew up a Giant. I got no issues with Brandon Crawford.
No,
that was the wrong. I had issues with the other Brandon.
Well, he's
now in Toronto.
Yeah, he's in Toronto.
How's he doing in spring training?
I mean, what I don't understand is like you already got Vladdy Jr. at first base and DHing. I don't know. He'll be okay. You know him. He'll be okay. He'll be fine. But I'm not gonna. It was time to move on.
By the way, Brandon Belt hitting 364 in spring.
How many jacks?
He has yet to go yard.
Captain save a Giant.
Who will we keep track of more? Jimmy Garoppolo or Brandon Belt?
Or James Wiseman.
It's a good one.
Jimmy G.
I'm not going to lie. I'll be looking at Brandon Belt's box score every single day with that Toronto lineup. What if he hits 30?
Bo Bichette?
Jimmy. What if he hits 30 in Toronto?
Well, okay.
I can't wait for the walk-off home run he hits against the Giants.
They're playing in Toronto, right?
Yes, they are.
What's the date on that? Is it a weekend?
My dad went to the game a couple years ago when Toronto came to Pac Bell, and he saw Vladdy Jr. go yard in the first inning. He's like, that's a Hall of Fame swing.
Oh, I was out there.
If he stays healthy, that's a Hall. I'm like, oh, thanks, Dad.
And they came
Vladdy
out here.
Jr., really?
Yeah, and they came out here before when they had Jose Bautista.
Yes.
Marcus Stroman had some dope Jordan cleats on, and they were just smashing the ball. Lubman, what's the dates?
Last week of June, Tuesday the 27th, Wednesday the 28th, and Thursday the 29th. They are in Toronto.
What days are those?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
We could stay at that hotel at the Rogers Center.
And then go to the Hockey Museum?
Morning roast. Oh, my gosh.
They're in New York taking on the Mets right afterwards, so if you want to make it a two-city trip.
Dude, can we do a road trip show? We could go to Toronto. They got radio stations. We did the show from Toronto. Remember that? A roast trip. Dude.
Lubman.
We did the shows from Toronto during the NBA Finals. They have a great radio station. I love those guys up there. I think it was Rogers.net 590. I forget the station's name. But we did the shows up there. Dude, we go to Toronto, and I broke my Hall of Fame mug, my Hockey Hall of Fame mug, when I'm really ticked off about that.
Her?
She broke it. I want a new mug, and I want to get some hockey jerseys. Dude, they had the authentic hockey ones up there. I was too broke to buy some at the time, TV Buddy had kicked in. But I want to go back. I still haven't seen anything. Damn it.
What matters more to Giants fans, the slogans or the $9 beer prices that are happening this year?
That's a great question. I don't drink beer, so
Me neither.
But the slogan.
But it does matter to some people.
Nothing like it. It's nothing like it. Oh, there's so many jokes you could play off that. I like this slogan.
Nothing to like about it?
No, that's you, Lubman. See, you can't do that, Lubman.
Thank you.
You can't come at me about hating the Giants and then you want to play both sides. No, that's not going to fly this season. I'm holding you accountable for that.
You're either on team optimism or team pessimism.
And I'm optimistic.
Well, I like to make jokes about them, too.
No. Because as soon as they say, oh, they stink. They just suck.
Did you see that we have a new slogan?
No, we can't do that.
We're selling merchandise.
Are we?
Yeah. We have a new sweatshirt.
Oh, I did see that.
And it's basically based off the $9 beers. And this is, I'm going full sell mode here. Check it out on 957thegameshop.com. I'm just here for the beer.
Is that what? Did we really jack that for the Giants?
Yes, we. It's an original concept.
All right. Not bad.
Shout out Whitey.
Lubman, seriously, don't do that this year. You can't come in here flip-flopping every single day about the Giants. If I'm going to come in open-minded, the least you could do is do the same thing.
Well, I'm always open-minded about the Giants.
Oh, no.
I'm just going to call it like I see it. Some days I'm going to be like, all right, I'm really vibing with you guys. Other days I'm going to be like, I don't want anything to do with you. It's just the life of being a pathetically obsessed Giants fan.
I love how he slams the button when he's done to go on and off.
Authority. Like it's a mic drop. By the way, the girl from Miami against Indiana, NCAA tournament, she walked. They missed a call.
Oh, I saw that. I saw the side angle of that.
Yeah.
It was really bad.
You see the snitching guy on Twitter? He's good. Devin the snitch.
Yeah.
He called Steph Curry. He's pretty good. But she walked. Indiana should be in the Sweet 16 in the women's college basketball tournament.
Are we going to see the white 1980s Giants jerseys come back?
I don't know. Are they?
Well, they've been selling them online. I hope they bring those back this year. The more curvy looked ones.
Since we're here about jerseys.
What's that?
How's the names on the back of the jersey working out?
I still want them to take them off. I mean, I'm not mad, but I think it looks classier when they're not on there.
They have the names on the back of the jersey. We still don't know who these guys are.
That's a great point.
I mean,
that's a great point.
I mean, just go back to the regular creeps. No names. Classic, iconic uniforms.
Well, and you can't even see them from the stands anyway.
I told you.
It doesn't even matter.
You were right. Should we get Kate Scott on the show before the Sixers game? Seriously. I got some questions. Because a lot of things that were said on that version of the morning roast, boy's over here looking like a prophet. Eric in Jersey, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Eric?
Hey, nothing there. Hey, I got one question.
Okay.
It's a totally basketball related question.
I love it.
Just please be patient with me.
Okay.
Please be patient with me.
All right. Okay. All right.
Please keep it PC.
I will. Okay. Have you guys ever been to Long John Silver's?
No.
I have not. Where's this going?
Yeah, I have no
idea.
I did watch Black Sails.
Where's this going? Where's it going, Eric? Come on, man. Just that's the. You know what?
That's a great way to cap off today's show.
Absolutely.
So which one of these prophets do you more? I'm looking at Old Testament prophets. Isaiah, Jeremiah, David, Nathan, Jonah, Gideon, Hosea, Joshua, John the Baptist.
So bad. Just nothing worse than that. I'm sorry. I'm derailed now.
Why?
We take a lot of calls at the
Enoch
station.
Guy.
I mean, Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead. I'm just going to take a playoff.
As someone who used to call stations all the time, like, be ready to roll. The second you're there, you know it's your time to shine. I don't know why people come in. Just give me a second. If you come in on the front end, like if I say to my wife, hey, sit down. Now don't react until I get to the end. What do you think she's thinking?
She's going to react before you get to the end.
Of course. Of course. So when you call into a radio station and you're like, let me finish, just start saying it. You could have been 10 to 15 seconds into what you were going to say.
And no, we didn't hang up on the guy. We was like,
no, he
where's
hung
this
up on
going?
himself.
And he just went silent. Maybe he lost reception. Maybe he couldn't hear us.
Oh.
Maybe.
I thought Goo was going to come in for crosstalk or Steiny.
Yeah, there's some 938. Trust me.
The Giants jersey should have a QR code so we could look up their bio and find out who the hell they are. That's actually not a bad idea.
All right. Golden State. New Giant slogan. Bring that old thing back. Okay. Drew down. Giants. 2023 Giants. Infinite number of outcomes.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Not mad at that. 510. Giants jersey should have Q. You just read that. Giants slogan due to lower bill prices this season. The more you drink, the better we look. That's not bad, actually. The more you drink, the better we look.
Beer goggles?
Beer goggles.
That's actually not a bad idea. My favorite of all the slogans, I'm going to go if I'm going all-time Giants attitude, because that's what I grew up with, like those pins and that image of, to me, in my mind, it was Will Clark. Whether it was or not, doesn't matter. It's the silhouette with the eye black, and then Hum Baby. I'm going to go with those. Like, if you say Hum Baby, I know you're talking about Roger Craig and the Giants.
Yeah, I like that. There's another one. 408. Chai slogan. Dude looks like a baseball player. 2023 Giants will try again next offseason.
Oh, boy.
I think the Giants win 86 games this year. And no, I haven't been hanging out with Mark Willard.
Mark, they're going to win 111 games this year.
What do you think Mark Willard thinks about me throwing out $75 million per season for Shohei Ohtani?
Why does he care how much Shohei gets?
You know Mark's always about the books.
What do you mean?
What do you know Mark Willard well? You do the garlic fries in baseball. Is that podcast coming back?
Yeah, Mark likes to shop at Mervin's, and I don't. I mean, I will
Mervin's
occasionally.
Doesn't exist anymore.
They shut them all down?
Mervin's has been gone for like 20 years.
I miss Mervin's.
Okay. Ross.
That's still hanging on. Marshalls.
Oh, yeah. Love Marshalls.
Burlington Coat Factory.
There's a time and a place.
TJ Maxx?
There's a time and a place to shop at Gucci. And as someone who's now, you've rubbed off on me a little, like when you're getting something for the wife, you shop at Gucci. When you're looking for Shohei Ohtani star appeal, you shop at Gucci.
Hey, when you go into a Gucci store or Louis V, doesn't it feel different?
Oh, yeah. I bought my wife
different?
This little phone thingy.
Right.
Oh, she loves it. Yeah, don't even start.
Don't you just feel different?
Dude, the material alone was like the size of this paper, and all after it's been folded and everything. I couldn't believe the prices that they charged.
So it's next level, though.
Well, they do treat you well.
Yeah, they
Would you like champagne? No, I'm good. I don't drink. And then they give you here's my cell phone. You text me if you need anything.
Yeah. Oh, they treat you.
I went to the one in Bloomingdale's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There.
The guy treats you very well. He actually listens. He follows us on YouTube.
Yeah. There's a guy from the Chanel store who listens too.
Nice.
Don't ask me what I was doing in there. It's your boys at Chanel one day.
Gucci ran my credit card as soon as I walked in from the 408. Then they asked me to leave. That's pretty funny.
That is funny.
Yeah.
Oh,
actually,
man.
I think it's not Gucci. It was Burberry that I got her.
Giants slogan 415. Giants rotating players more than your tires. That's a winner.
Shout out Kirby.
That's a winner. Shout out Kirby.
In my mind, I can hear Kite going, and that's your speedy oil change as we bring in the 17th different pitcher because Logan Webb pitched yesterday, and now we've got 7 fourth starters going 2.5 innings.
Oh, man. Giants slogan 2023. We'd rather you talk about the A's. No, you would
Did you
not
see what the A's did? They hired 13 lobbyists in Las Vegas to help lobby for funds and things.
John Fisher, that crook.
And you know who's on the list? One of the lobbyists.
Who?
It's your boy, Dave Cavill.
Oh, boy. Of course he is.
Yeah.
Nothing but class.
Why would anybody
What's going to happen there?
I mean,
Who cares? I'm done caring.
Really?
Yes. I don't care anymore. I don't care.
Would you be a Giants fan?
No. Never be a Giants fan. Why would I do that? Like, why would a Raider fan become a Niner fan?
No. Let's get weird. Let's get into some spring trading stats.
Give it to me. Yaz sucks right now.
Jeffrey from Brisbane is going to give it to us.
I'm done with the Yaz
Brisbane.
thing. It's been 4 years.
Hey, by the way, nice houses in Brisbane.
There are. City of the Stars.
Yeah,
that's their slogan.
I kind of want to move there. Brisbane's nice.
Shout out to the Newmans.
Oh, Willard with the text. He thinks I'm crazy for the $75 million per year. There's 10,000 people on Twitter who agree with me, and of course, Willard's the one guy.
That's all right. Jeffrey, what do you got?
He'll have fun with it on the show. There you go. There you go, Willard. Top topic for you this afternoon. You and Dibley. Jeffrey, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Thanks for taking my call. I was listening to the George Contos interview earlier, and I thought what he said was really interesting about, you kind of take the highs of, the guys that are doing well in spring training, but you don't take the lows. And I just kind of wanted to ask you guys what you think more about that, because it seems like you don't take the lows of the veterans, but you kind of take the highs and the optimism of the younger guys like Sable and Schmidt, of course, who's playing well right now.
So here's an example. So Yaz was on fire a couple of years ago in spring training. Bounced one off his foot, I believe, hurt his foot or hurt his wrist or whatever it was. Never was the same. He hasn't been the same since.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
so I was super optimistic. People were writing, he's going to think pieces about how he's going to hit 300 and blah, blah, blah. The guy's been a 220 hitter with mediocre power and good defense. But I'm ready to move on. Like, to me, I'm done. I'm okay. Like, he's replacement player X. Like, he's fine. He's a fourth outfielder to me. Like, that's what he is. And yet he's struggling right now in spring training. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. You're going to keep Yaz on this roster and block a McCrary from coming up?
Yeah.
Like, I would rather see if McCrary has something than what Yaz has. Like, like Ramos. Here's a great example, Bonte. Ramos got brought up last year in spring training, and then we watched him with the big league club, and I didn't see a whole lot. I don't think he earned it, if we're being honest. And I still was kind of opining for him to get opportunities. He got called up, still didn't see it anymore. Like, would we really be that much appreciably worse?
No.
With Matos getting, Ramos getting starts out in the outfield instead of Yaz? Not really.
Just play.
Just not really.
Just play.
There's not a big difference.
Just play.
One guy's 23, 24. The other guy's 33.
415 making a good point. Xfinity Mobile text line. Ohtani, pay him $37 million a year for pitching, $37 million a year for hitting.
So Judge got 40. Yeah. Judge got 40, and then Verlander got 40. Or, no, Scherzer got 40.
Would you put Ohtani in that category with Scherzer and Verlander right now?
I mean, look, he had
Maybe a tier below.
Last year, by the metrics,
right.
top 5 pitching season.
Yeah.
And then by the metrics, top 5 hitting season.
Right, so $75 million seems fair to me.
I think if I'm his agent, 65 is the starting point. Per.
And if you're the Giants, what do you have to lose?
I mean,
money's coming out the books.
If you want to swim in the deep end, you better know how to swim. Is what I would say.
New slogan: show me the money.
Oh,
I really like that.
I do like that. And look, again, I think we underrate this market. This is a star-driven market now.
Yeah, ask Warrior fans about the fervor for Warrior basketball was at an all-time high. Steph got hurt. We did a lot of shows.
15-game season was rough. And I remember Raymond Ritter for the Warriors. I'm going to remember who's coming to these games, media members. There was a lot of empty seats. Hell, they were so bad, the Warriors gave 95-70 game a suite.
Oh, wow.
They gave us a suite to a game.
I didn't get invited to that.
No, you had something to do, like always.
Yeah, it was called work.
Nighttime. No, it was on a weekend. You had family obligations, apparently.
Well, probably.
Wow. You always get on Guru about stuff, but you don't be showing up either.
Man. What are you talking about?
No, seriously, like, it's a star-driven market. You don't have any stars, people are not going to come. You bring in Shohei, if you brought in Judge, you're filling the park up.
Can we agree on this?
That's what I need Mark Willard to understand. It's a star-driven market. You ain't getting by with the Mitch Hennigers and the Yazes, and that has limitations.
If you don't get him and the Dodgers do,
gonna be tough.
I mean, like, here's the other thing. If you're not going to pony up for someone like Shohei, well, then when are you? I'm not even outraged. I'm just asking sincerely.
Just try.
2024? Just try.
2024 offseason. Just try. Actually, you know what? Honestly, when Shohei becomes a free agent, the Giants should hire you and I to plan the recruitment.
I'm all over this.
They should, like what they did how Aaron Judge wasn't at a Warriors game.
Insane.
Courtside?
Insane.
Was a joke. You got to sell this guy in the market. Hey, dude, you're going to be front row, sit next to Joe Lacob every Warrior game.
Front row 40.
Front row 40. Chase Center Club.
Absolutely.
Yo, Aaron Judge, we're taking care of you.
Absolutely.
Niners game, get them in the suite. Hey, come watch George Kittle run people over.
Come ring the foghorn.
Ignore Jimmy Garoppolo's flutters, but just watch George Kittle and Deebo Samuel. All right?
Get him on the field.
Put us in charge of the recruitment. We know where to go in the city. We know where not to go in the city. Come on, man. Giants, hire. Seriously. Hire us. We'll get these guys here. We'll help you get them here. You pay the money, we'll help you get Shohei here. I promise you. That's how much confidence I have in us. We'll take them to Napa Valley. We'll have Anna and Michelle take them to Napa Valley to find us wine. You want to go to Oak Town? Let's go to Livermore and go to some wineries. Let's go to the Berkeley Hills and just look at the bay.
Sausalito.
You call it. Go to Sausalito, what is it, the Crab House?
Well, there's lots of places, but there's my favorite place is the sushi spot, which coincides with him being Japanese. But what's the name of the sushi spot I love? Sushi Ron.
Sushi Ron.
Oh, my God, that place is incredible.
Let's go.
Anybody that's been to Sausalito Sushi Runs, you know
how you like to hike? Let's go to the Marin Headlands.
Good.
Let's go to the Marin Headlands. Let's go hike. Do all
Marin
that.
Headlands is beautiful.
Do all that.
Absolutely. Cypress Tree Tunnel.
Larry Bear, get us on the payroll. Let's go. We'll go recruit some stars out here. We'll make it fun to come.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you.
I just don't get it. I
hate
when people come down your road. Oh, $75 million. It just doesn't make sense. Do you have room for anybody else? Yes, you do. Because if you bring in Shohei, then all of a sudden, the guys are going to want to play with Shohei.
They're spending $170 million this year, and it's like a who's who of cast-offs. Like, yeah, you could build the team around.
Get them down to Sam's Chowder House. Let's go. Let's go.
You know,
can't close deals. And why? Like, I don't get why so many people are obsessed. Well, if you spend $75 million here, how are you going to spend? Just no. Come on, it's the Giants.
Well, and if
you're going to be printing money with Shohei,
if you project and you're going out as all these salary caps kind of get bigger and bigger and bigger, like the Mets are at $300 million, and you could say, "Oh, that's reckless," and no, the sport's trending in that direction. The teams that aren't are going to be left behind, and they're going to end up being for sale. Like that's why the Marlins and the Nationals are for sale right now.
No doubt. Look at KC. ESPN 1320. KC filled himself up a sack.
What's he saying?
Got humbled last 2 nights, KC. Be easy with those Kings. Those bags in the LV store will change your life. The material inside the purses just captivates you. It all makes sense after you experience it. He's not lying.
What did Jerry Jones say? I never regretted paying for premium, even if I overpaid.
Hey, there you go. Sideshow Bob. Y'all got a CMC. Sure the hell did.
And we did.
John Lynch knows what's up. Bobby Sars knows what's up.
Fast 5 Xfinity time. Here's the other thing, too. It's not even just Shohei. Like, I'm looking at that Japanese team last night, and there's like 4 guys I would take.
4 dudes.
Like, immediately.
Sasaki.
Yeah. Murakami, the guy hitting bombs.
Yeah, Murakami.
He's 23. He broke the home run record.
He had 56 jacks.
I can't believe that.
Raw power.
The MVP back-to-back seasons.
Right. Raw power.
The shortstop, even though he's a little older, he's a stud.
It's a good slogan. 2024 Giants. Pending physical. That's your slogan.
That's not fair.
Giants slogan. Treating our fans like our sidewalks. That's not fair.
What?
That's you know what? It's been one of those shows. Robert in San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? I was just listening to the Raider station in Vegas, and they are saying that Ohtani is going to the Mets, that Steve Cohen will not be outbid. He's the richest owner in baseball. He's not going to be outbid by the Giants or anybody else.
Well, I'll believe that when I see it. You know, why didn't he bid on Aaron Judge? Because he told the Yankees after they let him into the game that he wouldn't bid on him. So who knows? Also,
I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
Can't tell you.
Exactly.
I didn't see it.
We would not be taking Shohei Ohtani to Sunnydale.
No. Let's go golf at Glen Eagles and get robbed. No, I shouldn't do that to Glen Eagles. I love Glen Eagles.
You say that?
Tom Shea knows I love him.
Why would you say that?
But that's Sunnydale, you know.
Come on, man.
It's a joke.
Come on. All right, Fast 5. Xfinity Fast 5. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Final thoughts Warriors, Mavs. How confident are you feeling tonight?
Well, even if Luka plays, it feels like he's going to be somewhat limited. You got to win tonight. Tonight is a huge game for them. Yeah, put him in the action all game. Force him to defend. Wear him down the same way you do Jokic. Put that pick and roll in play early and often.
Kyrie, what's Guru laughing about, man?
I don't know. There's so much going on. I thought there was a dog I literally thought that was a puppy in the break room. We're so understaffed and you know the station's falling apart here. We've got the door wide open because it's like a cooker in here.
Falling apart more ways than one. Who needs a win more in terms of the psyche?
Fonte Hill psyche or the Warriors?
Yeah, I need a win.
I think you.
I need a win.
Yeah, I need Kuminga to have a monster night tonight. And I need Maxi Kleba to get jammed on.
I just want to win. I just want to win. That's it. That's all. That's it. I just need a win. I need to feel good going to bed. Okay. Snowfall does come on tonight, so I guess I'll feel good either way.
I finally caught up.
Yeah, I guess I'll feel good either way. If the Warriors don't win, there's always Snowfall. There's always Godfather Harlem to rewatch.
Oh, yeah. By the way, JP Money didn't know if you had already seen that or not. He thinks it's one of the great shows going out right now.
It is.
Can't tell you.
Top 3 show.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Mandalorian came out today. You going to watch the new episode?
Let's go.
Didn't see it.
It's fantastic.
No
I
idea.
didn't see it.
Yeah, didn't see it.
Baby Yoda?
Nope.
See you later, guys.
Grogu?
I have no idea.
As CEO of Jack in the Box, I wake up at dawn every day to get to work. As a customer, you can sleep in and still get 2 sausage croissant sandwiches for $6.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, we got a big ball game tonight.
Absolutely,
positively, a big ball game. 4:30, Warriors at Mavericks, and it's a monster because the winner of this is going to have the inside track to the 6th seed, while the loser would be looking at the 7th seed, which is a play-in game. So it's a game you want to win. It's a game both teams would like to win. And I was thinking about this before the show, Goo. I get it. The Warriors were in playoff games last year, and they've played in a million big games in the last 10 years. But they've never played in big games like this, where they're, as Mark Jackson would say, fighting for their life.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to give you a 2.
You know, and everybody's at a different point in their career in terms of, you know, their core. Anyway, I just got to thinking that this is a big game for the Warriors. It's a different kind of big game. But, man, if they look like their normal selves on the road tonight, then they just kick the can down the road. I'll be honest. They go out there tonight and win, then we got something to talk about tomorrow and see how the West is shaking out, and we'll talk more about it.
No doubt. This is when you complete me, because you're going to come down my road, but it's a good come down my road because your excitement is what I was feeling before I got in the sack last night. And this is why I feel like I play, because there are major playoff implications for this year's Warriors team. And you're right. I'm gonna do what you're trying to say. This is a low budget. This is the low budget version of the Golden State Warriors. They've never been here because they were always in the penthouse. And the one thing we do know, standings, the one thing we do know is they stunk on the road. But I'm just wondering if they can muster up something from Houston, even though I tried to style point that win, yeah. But this is the one, if you can get it. And we're going to talk win or lose. This is where I'm going to go Steiny on you. Win or lose, we still got a lot to talk. The offs have already started. Even if you win, and I just got a feeling, they're going to win tonight. You still got to play Philly Friday. You still got Minnesota Sunday. So you're not out of the woods, but damn it, if you could just show the world tonight, you know what? We could take care of Dallas with a hampered Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah, we'll find out if Luka and Kyrie play, hopefully during the show today.
I want both of them to play, right? I'm not that fan, Steiny. You want everybody. Come on, well, PG-13. I'm praying he's back.
Well, honestly, what it does show is you're not a fan of the Warriors.
Why?
Because Evan is a fan of the Warriors.
Yeah.
And this was going to be a conversation yesterday. We just didn't get into it. By the way, I want to let everybody know I got an announcement I want to make today at 10:30.
I don't like this. Because it's what?
It's just something I want to.
At that with the boss. I need to talk to you. No, talk to me now. I'm done. You ruined me.
I want to do it. I don't want to do it off the top of the show because we got more important stuff. But 10:30, I do want to. I got a little announcement to make.
You're smiling, so it ain't Guru and question mark then, right? You ain't going nowhere.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, audience.
And the love,
not
real quick,
yet.
Steiny, because I got to do this more. I used to do it with
maybe
with
I haven't been feeling the love though on the show.
Please.
I mean, maybe it's like you're Joe Lacob and I'm Bob Myers. And it's just time to go our separate ways.
Nah, Bob ain't going nowhere. Listen, yesterday I took a video of you without your permission on IG.
I really don't like
My
that.
mentions blew up. The people love the pearly whites. If you just smile, Yeah, I mean, Steiny, people were like, give me more of that goo. I was
Really?
like, he's got to do it. Like you smiled yesterday, had it on my IG. I was like, leave me alone. But damn, they love Steiny in a good mood.
Okay, well then keep.
I look like Tatum Chan.
Then keep that photo handy.
Right. Well,
And
it's
you
a
can
video.
always-
It's a video.
Okay.
Go to 24 hours. I'll get another one.
See, Evan Giddings, our producer, he's a Warrior fan.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, he's such a Warrior fan that I can't stand him for what he said. He said, we're talking about Kyrie and Luka, and I said, well, it looks like none of them could play, or both could play, or one of them could play. And Evan Giddings goes, I hope they both miss the game. And I'm like, what? He's like, I hope they both miss the game. That means the Warriors have a better chance to win.
That shocks me.
I'm like, come on, dude. Don't you want to beat him at full? No.
But where's the champion in Evan to want his team to be
he's not the champion.
best
He's just a
version
fan.
of the Warriors? I mean, of the Mavericks. So he's happy PG-13 might be out for the year.
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
Evan. I mean,
if tonight decides whether the Warriors are a 6 or 7 seed, I would like the Warriors to win the game.
But where's the fulfillment if you know that the team was shorthanded?
It's the regular season. If they face them in the playoffs, that might be a different story.
So
but
real
tonight
quick,
they need a W.
You're going to tell Niner fans nothing to see here because Brock Purdy got injured. You just lost.
No, it's like the other way around.
Yeah, it's like if you're an Eagles fan.
It's if you were an Eagles fan, you see Brock Purdy go down, and you're like, I could care less.
Wow.
And I don't
I
care
would
that Josh
ask you.
Johnson went down because
Wow.
we just
I don't
it doesn't
like
matter.
that.
This
I
is the
ain't with
NFC
that.
Championship game. Oh, really?
Spadoni,
You'd rather your
Spadoni
team-
ain't like Spadoni and I think Spadoni will tell us he likes to see a team at full strength.
Of
so
course,
the
you
team
like
leader.
to see a team at full strength, but if you need a win, it would be nice if the Dallas was punting on the game.
Yeah. Americans like the path of least resistance. I just didn't know Evan was a part of that.
Winning isn't everything. It's the only thing, Goo. Come on.
Just win, baby. Just win, baby. That is great. Al is
that,
the
man.
best. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation? We're talking Golden State Warriors. A big one tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. I had a bunch of different stuff going on with the Warriors that we're going to get into. One is Draymond Green.
I listened to
did a podcast.
it all. Yeah, baby.
And he talked about Andrew Wiggins. And the bottom line is that Draymond Green went somewhere on his podcast.
He was in the Ferrari.
That nobody has gone before in terms of Andrew Wiggins and in terms of what has been put out there. And he's got some real strong thoughts about what's going on with Andrew Wiggins and the way we are looking at the situation or we are talking about the situation. But in the process of doing that, now another conversation has come up. So, right at about 10:30 after my announcement, I'll play
Look at
play
you.
the Draymond Green.
Does the boss know what it is?
Green sound.
The announcement. Like who's in the know?
Only one person.
You want to tell us who it is?
No.
Spadoni.
No. Evan.
Oh, okay.
Because he's the producer.
Yeah.
He should know. Because he'll be on alert if it surprises you so much you can't.
Well, if it's
do
a
the
show, something new, I feel like my opinion should have been.
You know what? I can tell you during the break.
No, I'll be with the listeners. I'll wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
I kind of
I like the build.
Kind of.
I hope you guys haven't just skipped a step. Like you think goo,
I hope this lives up to the hype.
Right.
Like a Casey
But
Schmidt
that's
or a
what
Kyle
I'm saying
Harrison.
too.
Hey, you know
It
how
will.
my stories sometimes can go. They fizzle. They can fizzle.
Shizzle.
They can fizzle.
I'm starting to tingle.
So, a couple things that came up yesterday was the fact that this whole notion that Lacob and the ownership's kind of failed Steph Curry this year.
I hated that.
And the one thing I was thinking is if you look at it one way, how could you fail a guy if what you did essentially at this point is run it back with the same championship team? Like that's what Joe Lacob ended up doing. They have the top 6 players from their championship team last year. They have Jonathan Kuminga, who let's say was a 9th or 10th man last year. Now he's an 8th man. They picked up Dante DiVincenzo, who obviously wasn't on last year's team, but has been a hell of a free agent acquisition. So what are we talking about here? That the reason the Warriors, that the reason Joe Lacob is failing this year or has made mistakes is because and I'm going to say because we don't have Otto Porter Jr. or JTA.
You sound like me.
Or Damian Lee or Bielitsa. Other than those four guys, it's the same team. It's the exact same team. So I'm just saying, don't try to. I mean, I like Otto Porter as much as the next guy, but don't tell me the reason that this is happening is we didn't replace Otto Porter. I mean, come on.
Dude, I feel like you're checking my notes,
That's a joke.
And I'm mad. I've given Joe Lacob, rightfully so, more flowers than my better half. On this show, I come in here, he's opening the wallet. He's done everything. And you brought up the word spoiled. If they're fans that really think about what you wrote last night and what we talked about briefly, shame on you because you are spoiled. And what bothers me is you just won the chip. This season is not over. All your goals are right there in front of you.
Yep.
This is a player problem, players missing, MIA, but how dare somebody say that the FO, front office, didn't give you what you need? And I think Curry would scoff at that. This season ain't even over, bud.
The other thing that
damn,
if you say something like, well, they could have signed, they needed to sign another veteran or two. Okay. But
they signed Andre.
That also assumes that there were veterans out there that wanted to come here for the vet minimum, but the Warriors said nah. And what I'm trying to get at with some fans is, believe it or not every free agent wants to come here if for a minimum salary because they're going to win a ring. Like, you can't just pluck guys. Jakob Poeltl, I heard Shasky today. He made me laugh.
Well,
Jakob Poeltl, that's the difference? That's what we're talking about?
Right, but nobody's saying that, though.
Well, people say, hey, had we gotten Jakob Poeltl, we get bigger, etc. So
size does matter. Here's
the last thing I'll say about it. It's about the word failed. Failed is such a strong word. Nobody failed Steph Curry. We'd like to get something or two back, maybe. And yeah, of course. Every team would like to do that. But for the guy who's shattered spending limits like Joe Lacob,
my goodness,
I just don't come on. Failed is the word that I have an issue with. Oh, also, Iggy. They brought Iguodala back specifically for Steph Curry.
I'll be there when I be there.
Yeah. And he
had successful surgery yesterday. So there you go.
On the wrist.
Yes.
It's a young man's game, but yes, Donnie, we talked about it and you didn't get emotional, but you didn't like the word where fans expect a title. And I told you I hope for a title. But the people that resign to this and think that this is true because it's not, man, I'm not part of that fandom. And I know fan is short for fanatic, but damn, look around. The playoffs have yet to start. This team still can go back-to-back Drake. It looks highly unlikely right now because you're without some pieces. But if I were to tell you why are the Warriors here, I mean, a couple weeks ago, here was the 9th seed. Here was the 10th seed. Right now, they're 6th, and that's why it's a big game tonight. And I think they're better than Dallas, but they haven't been playing better than Dallas on the road. But tonight, you got to go get them, man.
Assuming Luka and Kyrie both play, are they better? Are the Warriors better than Dallas without Wiggins? Unfortunately, tonight they got to play without Wiggins.
God, man, you rubbing off on me. I'm on the fence. But
Steiny, please admit that you haven't watched Poeltl play. I actually have since he's been traded. And I like him. But, again...
He is not why the Warriors are 6.
Yeah, I just don't... he's not going to play over Looney, and he's not going to play over Draymond late in the game. Now, could he be a nice 15, 20-minute a game player? Maybe. But I'm just saying, is that really the difference? And if maybe the Warriors thought they were asking for too much.
Yeah, E-Dub on YouTube, Sonny 510.
Yeah.
Stop panicking. Still on track. No, just to the people. Stop panicking. Still on track. But you need 22 back.
Well, I mean, I think we should start thinking about not having him back.
And
we'll play some sound about that because Draymond
he spoke on
acknowledged that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Goo, because I was listening to Steve Kerr yesterday, and he was talking about the Warriors are trying to make a run late in the season, other teams are trying to make a run, and he said that different teams are at different stages. He goes, some teams are at the start of their run, and he goes, others are like us in the waning stages.
See, I don't like that.
Run.
I don't like that. I think of an old banana when it starts turning black.
Does that include that one? Or
I don't
that's
like
just
that,
about him having fun, right? We'll find.
Yeah. You think that was humor material, as Dibbs would say?
What?
You think Kerr was running material when he said teams like us?
No, absolutely not.
Because I think of the old banana when it starts turning black and it's time to throw it out. I don't like that. Because
he wasn't joking at all. He just said, we're at the waning stages of a run.
I'm gonna throw something at you.
Okay,
I'm gonna throw something.
You don't like that?
I don't like it at all.
Okay, where are the Warriors in terms of their run /dynasty?
Trying to reinvent themselves, and they've been thrown a curveball, a booby prize with Wiggins' absence. That is major. But with that said, I'm rewinding.
Okay.
Why did this team, because it got me thinking when you said did Joe Lacob and company do everything right? Why did Lamb and Jerome carve out a niche on this team? You can answer that. Because when you think about it, I know they didn't break camp thinking we're going to need Jerome or Lamb. So here I go. I gave Lacob his flowers, but where was the breakdown in regard for those two gentlemen? Kudos to them because they took advantage of why was there an opportunity for those two men to get minutes on this team trying to defend their throne?
Because the head coach determined as the season went along what he believed at the beginning of the year, which is in the grand scheme of things right now, Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome help us more than Moses Moody, Patrick Baldwin Jr., and at times, Jonathan Kuminga. And so he just looked at it as a coach and said, you know what? We brought two guys in here who played 4 years of college. We have guys in here who have never even gone to college. And you know what? The first 10, 12 games, we tried to play the young guys. We couldn't win on the road. Kerr decided what every coach, in essence, would like to do, which is play your best players. And that's what he did.
Yeah.
Or that's what he believes he did.
And they got, let me ask you this. Do you think any player, the big three, even Iggy, I'll throw Iggy in there and Looney, do you think they had any power, or do you think Lacob went to them and asked them about the Wiseman trade?
Oh, absolutely. And they might